ていただきます。皆様、こんにちは。本日はご参加いただきありがとうございます。Choose France ウェビナーシリーズ最終日、博士留学に関するセッションを、今から、始めさせていただきます。私は、キャンパスフランス、フランス政府留学局日本支局のドロームと申します。このセッションはですね、博士研究所、5校より、プレゼンしていただくことになります。で、そのオープニングとしては、まず、フランス大使館の、科学技術3時間、ジジェ・マルティドゥスと、キャンパスフランスパリ本局、オード・シャンソンにより、一般的なフランスでの博士留学に関するプレゼンを行っていただきます。で、これからの、セッションは、8時までになりますが、各学校のプレゼンの間に、博士留学をされた、アルミニの方々に、プレゼンさせていただくことになりますので、ビデオという形で、いくつかの、体験談を、聞いていただくことができますので、ぜひそちらの方も、お聞きいただければと思います。それでは早速、フランスでの博士留学に関するプレゼンを、開始します。よろしくお願いいたします。DJ Aude, je vous laisse donc la parole.
Thank you very much, Fanny. Thank you for the presentation. So I will share my screen to show you the presentation. So my name is Aude Chanson. I'm the head of the research division at Campus France Paris. And the idea of this afternoon is for you to exploring doctoral studies in France. So very quickly, what is Campus France, and specifically in Paris, is the French agency for the promotion of higher education with international student services and international mobility. The main objective, the main idea is to inform foreign students from bachelor to postdoc in France, but also help universities and higher education and research institutions to develop international cooperation and recruit students all over the world. And the final objective is to implement system of grants and scholarship to study in France. And in this presentation, I'm going to explain some grants and scholarship for doctoral and postdoctoral studies for foreign students in France. But first of all, what is a PhD in France? So you have some ideas and some cliches regarding France, such as a cliché and images present in this slide. But for the research, France is very, very strong in different fields. So here you have also different images, such as aeronautics, robotics, and all other fields where it's very interesting to do research in France. Very quickly, some numbers regarding French research in terms of Nobel Prizes, but also field medals and world for publication impact, such as the CNRS that I'm going to present a little bit later. It's also the number 6 in the world for patent filing and the number of researchers in France. And I chose some recent picture of very renowned French researchers on the left of the slides. But the research is not only in universities. The research institutions are in universities, but also research institutions and private companies. Just to give you an idea regarding the budget in France for research, so it's about 48 billion euro every year, and it's involved and recruit regarding more than 1,500,000 people in research in France, and 40 of them work in the public sector, universities, higher French national, higher and research institution, but also 60% are employed in the private sector. And I show some logos of very famous French enterprise very involved in research, such as Sanofi, Saint-Gobain, L'Oréal, and others. Regarding PhD students and PhD candidates, that are the last numbers regarding international students, but the main idea is to have that 41 students in PhD in France are international. So it's about 30,000 international PhD candidates in all French universities. And I'm going to explain to you what is exactly a PhD and where you can do your PhD in France. So the next part of this presentation is regarding, okay, what is a PhD or what is a doctorate in France? Very quickly, the European system, LMD, so you start with the licence or bachelor for 3 years, and then you continue with the master's degree, 2 years, and you can decide to pursue in a doctorate or PhD for 3 years. So normally the total of the university system is 8 years in France, or in Europe, it's the common system in all Europe with the LMD system. So more specifically regarding the PhD and the doctoral training, it's 3 relations with the doctoral school. That's very typical in French. So each PhD student has its own doctoral school, and the research center, the research lab, and obviously the supervisor, the research supervisor, who will help the PhD students to pursue and to continue the PhD. So it's considered as a full-time research, a scientific work. The average duration, as I explained in the previous slide, is supposed to be 3 years, but more students do more than 4, and it can be even longer in other disciplines. I can think about social and human sciences, for example, and then that could be a little bit longer, such as 6 years, for example. So regarding the training program, you have a scientific training and a non-disciplinary training regarding such as academic writing, or even doing your CV and other modules like this in your PhD track. So very quickly with the doctoral school. So you can do only your PhD in a public university, and each university has doctoral schools in different disciplines, such in this slide, in physics, let's say, or in economy, law, biology, humanities. Every type of discipline has a doctoral school, and each doctoral school are connected, linked with laboratories. So I give here the example of physics, for example. So in the doctoral school of physics, you will have a laboratory for optics, let's say, or mechanics, or astrophysics, and so on. So you will have the supervisor in one laboratory, and then you will work with this lab. So in France, you have about 270 doctoral schools in the whole territory in different universities, and more than 2,500 public labs. So what is a PhD, and how do you enroll for a PhD? So a PhD is a very selective process. So it's really competitive to have a PhD in France. So first you need to have a master degree or equivalent with the research experience, having a funding for at least 3 years, except again for the humanities, human and social sciences, and a minimum of level of English or French, and I will explain to you later the language skills for a PhD. But very important to have a PhD is also to have a research supervisor. So how to get the PhD in France? So each doctoral school has its own criteria, but the main criteria that are more often are the publication, taking part to seminars, workshop, and this training non-disciplinary program. So it's small modules regarding, as I explained earlier, your academic writing, or your English for research, you know, not in your specific field necessary. Obviously, you need a peer-reviewed thesis dissertation, so you have to write a thesis dissertation and an oral defense. Most of the time now in France, you can do your PhD dissertation and oral defense in English, depends on your research supervisor and your doctoral school. But more and more often, specifically in the science such as mathematics or physics or even biology and so on, you can do in English. For the human and social sciences, you have to get closer to your supervisor to see if it's possible to do all in English. Sometimes it's possible, sometimes it's not. So now I'm going to explain the different types of doctorates. As you are international students, you can do either a single doctorate, so same research laboratory in one university with one supervisor, and you get the one French PhD degree, or a co-supervised doctorate with two supervisors. You can have one French supervisor and let's say one Japanese supervisor or in another country, and then you get at the end one French PhD degree. Or the joint doctorate, very interesting for international students, with two supervisors, two universities, two countries, and at the end, 2 degrees. So for example, one French and one Japanese, and a very specific French in-company doctorate. So you have, like in the joint doctorate, 2 supervisors, but you have one supervisor in the French university and one supervisor in a company. And you also have a work contract. So at the end, you have 1 degree, but also this 3 years experience in a French company. So this is the scheme to explain what is this specific doctorate, what is called in French CIFRE. So you have the PhD candidate with this agreement with the laboratory, like all PhD in France, but you also have this company with the contract between the PhD candidate and the company, and this supervision and training courses between laboratory and company. They work together for the PhD candidate. So if you would like to have more information regarding PhD, here is the website on campusfrance.org, and to have more information about what is a PhD in France, it's called the research portal. I will be able to give you the presentation after if you are interested. So how to apply? How to apply to a PhD is really a common question because it seems sometimes complicated. So what we develop at Campus France on the research portal is this platform where you have a catalog. It's not the only way, but it's one way to have an idea about PhD in France and offers. So in this catalog, you can filter regarding the discipline, regarding the scholarship, regarding the geographical area, for example. And then you will find offers for PhD, but sometimes also master internship or even postdoctoral subjects. And the supervisor posts some offer in their own laboratory, in their own universities. And you also always have a deadline, and you have all the information you may use, if it's in French, if it's in English, which criteria for languages, and so on. So we have quite a lot of subjects. I would say like 80–85% of the subjects are for PhD in this portal. So you click to one offer, and then you have the description of the offer. What are the job description or the PhD description, the skills required, And you just have to create your profile very quickly, 1 minute, and then you get all the contact information to contact the lab or to contact the supervisor directly if you have any question, because at the end, they will do the selection. So you need to prepare your CV with your research strongness, your publication if you have, or your participation to workshops or seminars if you have, and also an application and motivation letter. It's always described in the offer, and it's important. And then you have to send to the doctoral school and to the supervisor in the same tool, in the same portal. You have, as I explained, this catalog, but also the list of doctoral schools. So you, and in the same page, you can find all the detailed information for all doctoral schools in France. And to get to have more information regarding research in France, I present you 2 booklets. They're all available on our website in 3 languages, French, English, and Spanish. What will your project be, and the doctorate step by step. The first one is really a catalog of all the universities and research institutions in France to describe really the topics and where it can be interesting for you. And the second about the doctorate, describe the different steps to do your PhD in France. They are very nice done, and I will strongly recommend you to read if you would like to pursue a PhD in France. Now I will speak about the grants, the different grants. I am not able to present all the finance possibilities regarding PhD, so I select 3 of them just to start. So MOBGA, Make Our Planet Great Again. That is a program started in 2017, a program depending on the call for master or PhD students, but also postdoc and advanced researchers on climate and climate change topics. So since 2017, we had 8 calls, 2 for master, 1 for PhD, 4 for postdocs, and 1 for advanced researchers. So it's about 255 laureates, including 4 Japanese. And we just closed last week the MOBGA 4 calls, and this MOBGA 4 call for application was for about postdoc, researchers, and we had 2 candidates from Japan. So we will have a new call or new calls next year. We don't know yet, but for sure we have at least 1 for postdoc, and we really hope to have a second one next year, maybe for PhD. So we will inform you as soon as we have the information. It will be probably at the end of the year 2021. Those calls are entirely financed by France and the Ministry for Europe and Foreign Affairs. And here are the different topics so far. So we start with the 3 first ones. So climate change and sustainability sciences, Earth system sciences, and energy transition. Last year in 2020, we had societal challenges and environmental issues. And this year in 2021, for MOBGA 4, we decided to envelope all of them in what we call One Health. So with human science, human health, animal health, and environmental health. So it's really global health. So we don't know which topic it will be for next year, but probably around these areas anyway. So yeah, I described quite in details the different calls, but just to give you an idea, it's always many years of finance studies, except for the short stay. In the name, it is short, so from 1 week to 6 months, but it always allow the laureates to stay the entire degree, if it's a degree. So if it's a master degree, 1 or 2 years, depending where he arrived in M1. So M1 is the first year of master's, then it will have 2 years of grants, or if arrived in M2, and it will be 1 year of grant, PhD for 3 years, and postdoctorate depends on the call. It starts from 6 months to 18 months or even 2 years for MOBGA 1. So it really depends, and the last call was for 1 year, 2,500 euros per month for the laureates. So as I say, in 2022, we'll see if we have 1 or 2 new calls. Very quickly on FL programs. So FL has different topics depending on the level. So here I will focus on the doctorate one. So for doctorate, the idea of the FL program is really to finance the mobility over 12 months in the frame of a joint supervision or co-supervised doctorate. So I explained earlier the different type of doctorate. So here FL is really to push and develop this cooperation with PhD students between 2 countries, for example, between Japan and France. So the aim of this program is really to aim the excellence of students and for PhD students to support this international policy for higher education institution and to promote the French higher education institution internationally. There are 4 calls, 4 different disciplines for this doctorate call: science and engineering science, economics and management, law, and political sciences. So every year is the same calendars, the same areas, and it's a monthly allowance of 1,400 euros every month, and also including the international trip, but also social security, cultural activities, and some housing financial help under a specific condition. And then the PhD, that's not a direct grant for PhD students, but you will see how it touched the PhD students, so the Uber-Curien partnerships. So the idea of this partnership is really to facilitate the mobility of researchers with this double objective of, from one side, to develop bilateral scientific and technological exchanges, and the other side to favor new as opposed the existing collaboration. So these research projects are really to be joint ventures between French and foreign research team, and it's financed on the French side from the French Ministries of Europe and Foreign Affairs, also of higher education, research, and innovation. So it's quite old now. It started in 1882, and the first program called PAI. And we have now almost 60 research programs, 4 new programs in 2020, and still new in development this year. But it regroups around 2,000 candidate projects every year, and more than 1,300 are selected every year. So it allows, except this COVID situation, obviously, more than 4,000 mobility every year of researchers. And it's about 7 million euros every year in this program. So here you have the map of the different PhD, and there is one in Japan called Sakura. So how it works, there is a call for proposal every year about the same calendar every year, and it's public in the Campus France website. Here you have the link, and there is a submission from the French team's project manager online, and the same from, let's say, the Japanese team's project manager on the Japanese side. So there is this co-submission of candidate proposal, and then the candidate proposal are transferred to the Ministry of Higher Education, Research and Innovation to expertise and evaluate this proposal. At the end, there is a bilateral selection committee with French ministries and for example, with the Japanese authorities to select the best and more excellent project in the frame of the PhD. And what is important in our presentation today is that it's very important to have young researchers involved in those projects, more particularly doctoral students and postdoctoral students. So that's very important criteria to be selected in this PhD. So Campus France, yes, manage the research mobilities, young researchers and advanced researchers mobility to come to France, or for French researchers to go to Japan or other countries. So here again, very quickly, and I put the logo of the very nice PhD Sakura. It's every summer. And then you have all the information on our website. And I put the email address if you have any question regarding the PhD, so extranet.campusfrance.org. I continue because we don't have much time. And the last part is regarding all the tools and all the information you may find regarding research and PhD on our website. So here are small but very nice flyers regarding the 10 good reasons to do research in France. So you can have a look. Again, all the information and documentation are in 3 languages, French, English, and Spanish. So you have the portal research that I explained earlier, really to have all the information regarding doctoral school and the catalog offer. So it's more than 2 billion views every year, and you have about 2,000 offers every year. And as I explained, it's about 80–85% for PhD subjects. So this morning, you have more than 370 offers online. Here, some information that we call degree sheets. So about doctoral studies in France, if you want to go deeper in details regarding doctoral studies or international dual degree, you have all type of degree described to have this more information. Also, you have some research sheet to describe one specific field. So I picked 2 of them, but you have many more available on our website. So I put musicological research, but nanoscience. So it goes really from hard to human sciences with no problem. We also have sheets for universities and research institutions. So again, I put here 2 examples. So you have all type of universities. We have, you can see on the top left, the small map of France, so where it's located. So for example, here it's located in Bordeaux, the Université de Bordeaux, and then you have this small round Bienvenue en France with the 3 stars. So this is a label who mentioned how the university welcome international students. So you have 1 to 3 stars. Some hasn't this label because they didn't apply for the moment, but that gives you an idea of how international students are welcome in those universities. On the right, you have research institutions. So again, a lot of information regarding the strengths, the research areas, why it is famous and why it is known. So CNRS is probably the biggest research institution in France, but you also have many others such as IRD, INSERM, Institut Pasteur, and so on, depending on what is what fields, what areas you would like to explore. You have here some maps regarding, so here again, PhD, but also in the world, the different research institution, research organism implemented in France, from French laboratories, in the world, and the first map regarding the different regions in France and what are the strong topics and strong characteristics in research. So now if you have any question, and I will let Didier to continue the presentation, but thank you very much. And I'm really happy to discuss with you all questions you may have.
Thank you for your presentation. Thank you very much. Very interesting presentation. I will share my presentation now. So good morning, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Didier Marty-Dessus, and I'm a Science and Technology Counselor at the French Embassy here in Tokyo, in Japan. I will address today mobility programs for PhD, Japanese PhD students. Of course, Aude has detailed many programs, so I will switch very quickly of some of them, but I will more focus on the more specific program that we manage in my office in the French Embassy. So just first to show you the organization of the Science Technology Office at the Embassy of France. So we are 10 people actually, with so a counselor at the head of the 10 staff. And then we've got two different poles, one dedicated to digital materials and engineering sciences, which is led by Dr. Sandrine Maximilien. And another one, which is much more turned to health, life, and environment, led by Dr. Myriam Baratem. And then in each pole, of course, we've got some project manager and assistants and people in charge of translation. So what are our main missions? Very quickly, 4 lines, 4 actions, 4 main actions. First, of course, promoting the French higher education research and innovation environment in Japan. Secondly, analyzing Japanese research and innovation policies. So we have to do surveys and we explain to the French government what's happening here in Japan. Third, we support, of course, and this is the main point of this presentation, academic exchanges for students and researchers through mobility programs managed whether by the French government directly and Campus France or locally at the French Embassy. And fourth, we initiate new collaboration, of course, through seminars, workshop, conferences, and we are promoting, of course, experts missions. So I will just focus on how do we support academic exchanges for students. The main program that we have at the embassy, of course, is what we call the French government scholarships. In French, Bourse du gouvernement français. So first, what is it for? It's for students to study in a French university or conduct a research project at in the French R&D institution, so PhD students, for instance. And as Aude explained, so we have many different possibilities. So we can do a single study scholarship, a single study PhD. And for that, we have a specific scholarship for unique stay between 6 and 18 months. So in this case, so you can decide to go to do research for a given time during this period. But also we can finance alternating study scholarships from 1 to 6 months stay per year over 3 years. And that was explained by Aude under the terminology of joint of co-tutel PhD or PhD that are managed by an inter-university agreement like co-direction, for instance. And then another type of scholarship is given to PhD students who would like to have a kind of internship for one stay for instance, 15 days up to 6 months. So this is managed differently because for the first cases are more studies, and the second case is more for a kind of internship in lab. Thirdly, how is it supported? You see the stipend that we give to the first 2 cases I just mentioned here for 1,400 euros, for instance, per month. And if it's the case for internship, it's a bit more like 1,704. You've got the equivalence in yen here, just close by. And of course, the application is made online, or explain many things about application, but here we can manage that, and it can be done in French or in Japanese. So just here to sum up what I just explained very quickly. So you have to be enrolled in a PhD in France. So if you're enrolled in PhD, whether you have an agreement, an inter-university agreement or a co-tutel agreement, if you respect the stay duration of the agreement, of course, you can get a scholarship. If not, you cannot apply for a scholarship, of course. But if it's not in the frame of a co-tutel, if you want to stay, for instance, between 6 months and 18 months, then if you respect this duration as a stay, you can also ask for a scholarship. And the last one, if you are not enrolled in France as a PhD student, then you can apply for a stay of 15 days up to 6 months, and then you got kind of internship, scholarship, dedicated to young researchers. So I switched that because this is the explanation about the differences between a dual degree like co-tutel, joint supervision, and a European joint doctorate. I will provide the presentation if you want more details on that. So next slide is, I'm sorry, about European joint doctorate. Just I mentioned that European joint doctorate could also imply some PhD students from Japan, for instance, through what we call Marie Skłodowska-Curie actions. I don't give details of that, but globally you have to create a kind of consortium of universities or labs to work on a joint project. And then at the end, you can get multiple degrees at the level of the PhD. So I switch very rapidly. This is a very selective program. Also for French government, Eiffel Aude gave details on that. This is an excellent scholarship program, of course, very selective too, but the funding is quite important, over 12 months for mobility in France, and it's fully funded by the French government. About also the CIFRE program, Aude just mentioned that. I would like just to mention that it's very important because it's the occasion for PhD students to train themselves, whether in a lab, whether in a private company. So they are trained through research, but also through industrial research, very specifically between a lab or a French institution and also of a private company. You have a PI, a supervisor who is belonging to a French lab, for instance. And what is important to note is that from this year, the new French law for the research of the future, for the 10 years to come, will increase the number of CIF programs. So this is very important, and it's open to all nationality. And in that frame, just for you to mention that, for instance, you've got in Japan here, some French companies which are really deeply involved in R&D activities. You've got some names, big names like Saint-Gobain, Arkema, Valeo, and so on. And the same for Japanese companies in France. They are settled on the French territory, deeply involved also in R&D activities. Some examples here, for instance, Mitsubishi has got his main center, European center in Rennes, for instance. And this company, which have a mother company in Japan, have sister companies here, or subsidiaries companies here in France, and could also hire some young researcher for a CIFRE ANRT PhD program. So don't forget to apply to that, and of course, these are funded by subsidiaries are given by the French government to the private companies. And on the left, I just mentioned that also some Japanese companies are directly financing PhD in France. This is the case of Nippon Steel, for instance. We've got one alumni on the top left who made his PhD in France, and it was fully funded by his own private company in Japan. So this is a success story, and I think that he will have we can hear his testimony as an alumni during this webinar. So just like this, I don't come back on that because it's a Campus France Japan website mentioned by Aude. And here, the website for application a PhD. So just you know about that right now. And of course, we have all information about the program that we manage here. So on the flyer on the left of the slide, but also on the right, sorry, of the slide. But on the left, we've got all the opportunities between France and Japan as fundings available for promoting the mobility. So do not hesitate, of course, in contacting us in the French embassy. You've got here the coordinates of people involved on that. And I would like to thank you very much for your attention.
はい、merci à vous deux pour vos présentations。皆さんご質問がありましたらまだ少々時間がありますので、ぜひ日本語でもフランス語でも英語でもお寄せいただけますので、Q&A ボックスからぜひ何でも、自由に聞いてください。On attend quelques minutes, voir s'il y a des questions qui arrivent. Et s'il n'y en a pas, je fermerai le webinaire. Ah, je vois une question qui arrive. Alors, j'ai une licence en ce moment et faut-il avoir une maîtrise, donc j'imagine un master en France avant le doctorat? Qui veut répondre à cette question?
I can answer that. Of course, if you want to apply for a PhD position in France, you have to get a master degree first. And then with your master degree, you can apply for a PhD. There is no some kind of speed up tracks like in some other countries, for instance, in the world. In France, this is compulsory that you get a master degree before you can enter or apply for a PhD position. But in France too, the position of master is 2 years. Only 2 years, I would say. Maybe to go a bit more in my answer, as Aude mentioned, you don't need to speak French. It's often a question which is asked to us. People think that because we speak French in France, we don't do PhD, we don't supervise at professors, for instance, we don't supervise PhD in other language than French, and this is false, of course. This isn't true. Of course, we used to use English, and most of the time with foreigners, foreign students, we use English. So this is not a problem. And there is just, as Aude said, some specialties like humanities. Sometimes it's a bit difficult because, of course, if you speak about humanities and literature and so on, if you don't speak French, sometimes it could be difficult. So you have to check with the supervisor to see if it's possible to do without speaking French.
Okay, I can see we have another question. Thank you very much for your presentation, very informative. I would be interested to know more about the timings regarding the different scholarships and individual university applications. Are they all separate and spread across the year? How does it fit in, or does it fit in with visa applications?
So, Aude,
Yes,
maybe I can let you answer about the PhD applications.
To answer this question, each program has its own calendar. For example, EFL, it's at the beginning of every civil year for the PhD, but you have to be involved first in a PhD in your country. For MOBGA, it depends. Every year we have a different calendar, so I will strongly suggest you to be informed and keep an eye on our website. But basically, for a PhD inscription in France, it's quite large. You can start in September to be registered to December every year. To be registered. Usually the deadline is the 15th of December to be registered in a PhD in French universities. But for the grants and scholarships, I would maybe let Didier explain regarding the BGF. But for EFL and MOBGA, really look at the website. And for the PhD, is every summer.
Okay, thank you, Aude, for this answer. Maybe I can add something about the visa applications. Basically, for visa applications, you can apply for a visa from 3 months before your scheduled departure. So I guess it gives you enough time to do any application and at any time of the year.
I would like to add something about the former question about is it possible to go from bachelor directly to PhD? Of course, if you're interested in studies in France, you can just do a part of your master degree in France. I mean, for instance, you can do a part of your master in Japanese university and then go, for instance, for 6 months in the internship at the end of the master in France. It's also possible. And it's also an opportunity to learn French, for instance. You can be in a cultural environment which allows you to learn French, to learn French culture. It's easier after that to proceed to a PhD application. Sometimes it's possible to do.
Yes, maybe I would just add something regarding that. It's always nice to have a connection before with a French supervisor if you would like a PhD in French. So either you do your second year of master or you do an internship as explained by Didier, or you can always take part to workshops or poster presentation to have this first connection with the French supervisor. That will really help you then to do your application and motivation later if you already have a link with the French lab or French supervisor. So my strong advice is really to participate, and I know with the COVID is not always easy, but you have a lot of webinar online, and to have these poster presentations, to have this link.
Furthermore, to find some link with France, of course, you can just ask the embassy, but you can also ask your Japanese professors, because most of the time your Japanese professors, they are in link, of course, with their counterparts in France. And so they can help you in identifying some other supervisors in France. So the process is first to discuss around you in Japan, to discuss with your Japanese professors, and then just after, you can, if you don't have answers, you can maybe ask for advice at the embassy, for instance. We'll be happy to help you. And then with that, you can just go to France, go to by email, send mail from professors in France, and they will be happy to answer you. So it's quite easy to find links. It's quite easy.
Okay, thank you very much to you too. I can see we don't have any more questions, so we will close the session. If anyone has any questions about PhD studies further to this webinar, you can contact us also at Campus France anytime, and we will send the information to the panelists to have more information. 参加者の皆様もありがとうございました。これでこのオープニングウェビナー、博士課程留学に関して、終了させていただきます。続きまして、3時から、この同じ、Zoom のウェビナーで、Aix-Marseille大学の、博士研究所によるプレゼンテーションが行われます。その間に少し休憩を挟んで、その休憩の間に、留学経験者の、ビデオを流させていただきますので、ぜひそちらも、ご覧ください。では後ほど。Merci à tous les deux. Au revoir.
Merci beaucoup.
これからは、2人の、パネリストが、登場しますので、少々お待ちください。Eric さん、こんにちは。Eric, bonjour. On n'a pas votre vidéo. Je pense qu'il faut que vous activiez votre vidéo et votre micro. Ah, ça y est, on vous voit. Micro, parfait. Vous m'entendez?
Oui, très bien.
Et moi aussi, je vous entends très bien. Donc, la parole est à vous.
Okay, so thank you very much and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Eric Serre. I am senior scientist at CNRS and at Aix-Marseille University, and I am the director of the Doctoral School in Engineering Science at the university. I will do this presentation together with Ms. Rosaline Boniface and Ms. Lina Maria Ramirez Herrera, who will help me to answer your questions or comments on the chat. So we hope that this presentation will give you a flavor of doctoral studies at Aix-Marseille University. Welcome to Aix-Marseille University, which is the largest Francophone university in the world and a multidisciplinary university educating and hosting about 80,000 students located on 5 different campuses around Marseille and also in the city. The university enjoys a very attractive location on the Mediterranean coast in the south of France, as you can see on the slide. It is a place easily connected by high-speed train, less than 3 hours from Paris, for example. And there is also a very convenient international airport directly connected to most European and Mediterranean capitals located within a 2 hours flight. The surrounding area is very lovely with magnificent landscape of nature surrounding 2 large cities, which are Marseille. Marseille is the second largest city in France after Paris and a major sea harbor near the French Riviera, at the foot of the Parc National des Calanques, as you can see the very nice picture here on the slide. Aix-en-Provence here is also a vibrant historic city of culture and art, located 30 kilometers north from Marseille. A sign of the commitment for the hospitality for Aix-Marseille University is the university which acts to facilitate your welcome in France and in Marseille. I mentioned on this slide several quality labels of welcoming services for international students awarded to Aix-Marseille University to certify these commitments. As examples, you can see the Welcome Week or the Living France labels, which make easier your administrative procedures before your arrival in France, or the label Welcome Week, providing several services to help your installation with the possibility to attend intensive courses to learn French language. Let's also mention the labels housing to benefit accommodation in the university residence for the duration of your stay. These housing facilities are available around each of the 5 campuses with moderate rates and very convenient facilities for any students. To continue, I would like to point out that Japanese students, which represents less than 1% of foreign students at Aix-Marseille University, are about 80 in 2001, including 12 PhD students. But I am convinced that after this webinar, many of you will be strengthening this cohort of Japanese students. Let me introduce now Aix-Marseille University key figures. Aix-Marseille University is a very large university in Europe with 80,000 students, as I already told you, turned toward international with about 10,000 foreign students. The students are supervised by 8,000 permanent staff working in 122 research units linked to biggest French research institutions like CNRS, INSERM, IRD, INRA, CEA, etc. It's important to point out that Aix-Marseille University is also well ranked internationally. In particular, as I underline in my slide, you will see a very good ranking in mathematics and physics. The multidisciplinary aspect of the university is very visible with the different faculties, schools, and institutes. Faculties in schools are offered in all the major disciplines of soft, human sciences, and arts sciences, from arts and humanities to sciences and health sciences, including economics, management, and law. As I have already said, Aix-Marseille University has a strong ambition to strengthen and encourage interdisciplinary at all levels, but especially in doctoral training, making it possible to decompartmentalize these faculties when training or research projects so require. Recently, the university has organized in institutes to strengthen the link between education and research. And in particular, you will notice the wish to integrate graduate school model in the university model, together with the existing doctoral schools, with the promotion of new PhD programs for training. Moreover, in order to attract talented students, PhD and researchers, specific fundings are already available. Now, let's have a look on the doctoral education in numbers at Aix-Marseille University. Aix-Marseille University is organized around 12 doctoral schools covering all disciplines. I will detail later their names and disciplines. Currently, the university welcomes 3,650 PhD, with about half of females, supervised by around 2,400 certified research supervisors, which means senior scientists qualified to supervise PhD. Each year, there are around 800 new enrolled students and about 700 who are awarded. I will also mention that 9% of these PhD students are in the frame of a co-tutel, which is a co-supervision between two universities or institutions from two different countries, leading for the students to a double diploma, the PhD being delivered simultaneously by the two universities or institutions. As mentioned, about 40% of the doctoral candidates come from abroad and from about 100 countries, with, as you can see, about 35% comes from Africa. That can be explained by the location of Marseille University at the south of France, so on the Mediterranean coast. 26% from Europe. And you will notice that already 20% of PhD comes from the Asia-Pacific area. The 12 doctoral schools cover all disciplines in art and human sciences, together with 2 interdisciplinary schools in environmental sciences and human movement sciences. This table indicates the number of research units, certified research supervisors, that means the capacity of the doctoral school to supervise, and in the last column, the number of PhD students currently enrolled in each doctoral school. As an information, you will see that the distribution is of about 30% of PhD students in hard and health life sciences, about 50% in human and social sciences, and 10% in the 2 interdisciplinary doctoral schools. The role of these doctoral schools is to organize and guarantee the high quality of the doctoral education. Let's mention, for example, the enrollment conditions. For example, the required master grades, the interview, which is a preliminary step to the enrollment by the board of the doctoral school. Let's also mention the follow-up of the PhD students, which is a very important role of the doctoral school, with interview every year by an external committee to follow the advancement of the PhD project. And finally, the doctoral schools establish and guarantee the modalities of the PhD defense. In addition, the doctoral schools at Aix-Marseille University are organized within a supra-organization, which is called the Collège Doctoral, which is in charge of the general management of the university and which has a mission to ensure the homogeneity of the rules and of the quality in the PhD between the different doctoral schools. An important mission also of the doctoral school is to promote interdisciplinary research between the different doctoral schools. I will mention that dedicated grants provided by the university every year are in this, on this way to promote this interdisciplinary aspects. Just to say first that the funding is mandatory to be enrolled in the PhD in France and also in Aix-Marseille University. Funding may come from research institutions, private companies or associations, but also from local authorities or dedicated fundings for international PhD students. Many different funding opportunities are particularly open for you. Now, in order to give you a more precise example on the work of the doctoral school, I would like to focus on the doctoral school in engineering science that I've been leading for 4 years now. The engineering science concerns mechanics, physics, micro and nano electronics. PhD students are enrolled in Aix-Marseille University and École Centrale de Marseille, which is a French top-ranking school of engineering. The main research areas concern acoustics, energy, heat, combustion, fluid mechanics, civil engineering, solid mechanics, and micro and nano electronics, activities which are distributed over 5 research units depending on the doctoral school. The PhD diploma is delivered with 8 specialties depending on your project topic. I already give you the main missions of the doctoral school. Just precise on this slide, but an additional mission is related to the PhD students' training and in the follow-up of the PhD project. The training policy at Aix-Marseille University is of 100 hours minimum over the 3 years, distributed with 50% in disciplinary scientific trainings and 50% in transferable skills training to prepare the integration of the PhD in the socio-economic world. Let's also notice that training on research, ethics, and scientific integrity is now mandatory at Aix-Marseille University. The doctoral school is also in charge of the PhD follow-up through dedicated follow-up committees organized every year for each PhD students enrolled in the school. The objectives of these committees is to guarantee the quality of the PhD and to prevent any possible difficulties met by the students during his PhD. I would like also mention that doctoral schools are all embedded in a rich scientific environments. As an example here, I listed the international state-of-the-art platforms available for PhD students during the projects, both in fluid mechanics and energy, as you can see on this slide, like wind tunnels, for example, for doing experiments. Also the access of state-of-the-art numerical codes for performing simulations of flows and heat transfers. And also we can mention the availability of the tokamak West for magnetic fusion, which is operated at CEA, which is located just 65 kilometers north from Aix-Marseille University. Let's see also in the domain of micro and nano electronics, and you can see the availability of clean room facilities, for example, for the fabrication of micro and nano devices. With a research activity in engineering sciences, the doctoral school is also perfectly integrated in an industrial environment for strong scientific collaborations and funded projects with international renowned companies, as you can see here on the slide, like Airbus, Areva, Dassault Aviation, ST Microelectronics, or Thales, for example, as well as with more academic and public institutions for the most fundamental PhD projects. Let's mention on this slide too that the École Doctorale in Engineering Science is also a founder member of the National Doctoral Network on Engineering Sciences, REDOC-SPI, that will be presented to you later in the afternoon. To conclude my presentation, I would like briefly illustrate an example of a successful collaboration between Aix-Marseille University and Japanese universities and institutions in the frame of the ITER project. It is a France-Japan ITER physics lab. Probably you know ITER. ITER stands for International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor. It is a collaborating project of 35 nations to build 80 kilometers north from Marseille that will be the world's largest tokamak to perform magnetic fusions with the design to prove the feasibility of fusion as a large-scale and carbon-free source of energy based on the same principle that powers our sun and stars. Aix-Marseille University is naturally strongly involved in this international project due to its academic background in research in the fields related to magnetic fusions, but also due to the geographic proximity of the university with the tokamak ITER. And on this topic, many teams of the universities collaborate for many years with Japanese universities. Established in 2007 and renewed now to 2023, the agreement has been renewed between Aix-Marseille University, CNRS, the National Institute for Fusion Science at Toki, as well as with the University of Kyushu and the University of Osaka. At the University of Kyushu, it is a research institute for applied mechanics. And at the University of Osaka, it is a center for atomic and molecular technologies. Research topics of this international lab between Aix-Marseille University and Japanese universities turn around experimental, theoretical, and numerical modeling of key issues for fusion plasma physics to prepare ITER operations. So as you can see, terms of research are related to turbulence and transports, magnetohydrodynamics, instability interaction, numerical simulations, control of magnetic perturbation in tokamaks, as well as also as experimental work on two devices, one in Marseille, the Mistral tokamak, a plasma machine located in the laboratory PIM at Aix-Marseille University, and the Planta, the linear plasma machine at Kyushu University. From a more practical point of view, the funded projects are selected, and exchanges also are funded between researchers and doctoral students, for example, to give lectures with the various partners. So I indicated on this slide here different exchanges of lecturers with Japanese professors who came at Aix-Marseille University, and inversely French professor who went to Kyushu University to give and provide lectures. Let me also mention, to conclude, two other successful examples of international research networks between Aix-Marseille universities and Japanese universities. You will say the International Research Network NECO, which is a network for extragalactic astrophysics and cosmology, with JAXA, which is the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, and the Laboratory of Astrophysics, LAM, in Aix-Marseille University. And also the International Research Network, Japan Frontiers in Plant Biology, which is Structure, Functions, and Regulation of Genome, which is a network between the Kyoto University and the BIAM laboratory at Aix-Marseille University. To conclude, I would like to thank you for your attention. We are looking forward to seeing you at Aix-Marseille University. I provided you on this slide our email addresses where you can contact us when you want. And you can also follow us on the social media indicated on the slide. So thank you for your attention.
Eric, there is a question about financing PhD studies. Could you talk about how students can finance their PhD?
Yeah, so there are different fundings means for coming in France. So first, I will say they can directly apply to French grants provided by Aix-Marseille University. So the way to get this grant is to apply directly, to have a contact in the research units at Aix-Marseille University and apply. There is a concours every year where they can apply, and they are selected depending on the quality of academic backgrounds and also the quality of our scientific project. So this is the first way. The second way is to find funding from international companies that can be very interested by funding PhD projects between a French university and with the Japanese students. This is another way to get funding. And finally, I will mention different international program funded by the French government. And I think the best way to find the dedicated program for Japan is to go on the website of Campus France. I don't know if someone from Campus France can complete also, but I know there exists a dedicated program for each country, and there are programs for Japan to fund or at least partially fund PhD project for coming in France and at Aix-Marseille University. I don't know if there is more information for Campus France. I don't have in mind the name of the projects where they can apply. And finally, there is also, as I mentioned, to apply through this international research network, which are also international programs funded by CNRS and Aix-Marseille University and Japanese partners universities. So, for example, I mentioned this international program, these three international programs, and they have dedicated funding for PhD from Japan.
Thank you, Eric. I see we have two more questions from students. I don't know if you can see them in the Q&A section. The first one is about PhD studies in law in Aix-Marseille University.
I would say that the level of French for studying law at PhD level, usually we ask students to have C1 level in French, unless the co-supervisor is bilingual. It's very rare, but it can happen for certain disciplines in law. But usually we request students to have B2 plus or C1 level.
Okay, thank you. And about the time that it takes to get a PhD in law, I guess it's at least 3 years.
Yes, it's 3 years usually.
Yeah, the rules generally is 3 years, and that can be extended if the funding is available for 1 or 2 years more if required.
Okay, thank you very much. One more question, maybe Rosalind or Eric, I can let you read it.
So thank you. It concerns the interdisciplinary doctoral program. Yeah, as I mentioned in my presentation, Aix-Marseille University is very volunteer to strengthen interdisciplinary research, and every year it funds interdisciplinary projects, So this year, for example, there will be 8 grants that will be funded by the university. When we say interdisciplinary, it means that you will have 2 supervisors for your PhD belonging from 2 different doctoral schools. So, for example, you can have a PhD supervisor from health science and another one PhD supervisor from engineering science or mathematics, for example. And so to apply, there is a very detailed deadline every year, and you apply directly also in the research units that proposed on their website interdisciplinary project. And the applications and the enrollment process for this kind of project is directly managed by the Collège Doctoral, which is the supra-organizations which covers all the doctoral schools. So I will say that for applying on this kind of grants, the best way is to get contact with researchers or with research units of Aix-Marseille University, mentioning that you are interested by doing an interdisciplinary project. And the idea is to find another supervisor in another research unit, depending from a different doctoral school.
This is an approach that is very important at the moment for our university. So that is why there is funding for these projects. For the graduate schools, and also funding for interdisciplinary approach.
Yeah, so because I mentioned, the
graduate schools are, yes.
And as I mentioned in my talk, you see the specificity, one of the specificity of Aix-Marseille University is its capability to cover all the disciplines in human and art sciences. And so the idea of the university is to benefit from this, to create and to strengthen interdisciplinary projects between the different faculties and schools.
まだ時間がありますので、皆様、まだご質問がありましたら、いつでも聞いていただいても大丈夫です。日本語でも英語でも受け付けておりますので、ぜひ、遠慮なくお寄せください。
Yeah, I will maybe, if you have a few minutes, I will maybe mention again the ITER project, maybe which is currently built in Cadarache, and where, as you probably know, Japan is very well involved in this international project. And there is also a machine in Japan, a tokamak, GT60. And in this area, many physicists and mathematicians from Aix-Marseille University are involved in this project and go to Japan to perform experiments on the machine. So it's a very, I think these 2 machines, so ITER in Cadarache and the GT60 in Japan, are a good opportunity to strengthen relationship between Japanese universities and Aix-Marseille University on the scientific projects around magnetic fusion. It's why I made the choice to present this international lab, which started in 2007, so it's a quite whole story now. But it also it has been renewed recently, and the agreement has been renewed to 2023. So there are still opportunities for Japanese students for applying on the research projects in this on this topic. I think we can also maybe, as I said at the beginning, because I have to confess that I also discovered that during the preparation of the presentation is all the facilities and all the labels that the universities was awarded to certify its commitment to hospitality. I think it's a very important aspect for foreign students when we decide to come in a foreign country. Is the help that you will receive for administration, for learn French language, and also for finding accommodations. Also, we're very, as mentioned, the label housing, which is very useful to benefit accommodation in the university residence during the duration of your project, of your stay in France. I think it's very positive aspect for you, and very beneficial and helpful.
Perhaps I should just mention that when I was talking about the C1 level, that was just for the Faculty of Law, because it's very sort of French-based. But for science, Eric can confirm that students can study, and more and more masters now are taught in English in science at master level, yes. And at doctorate level, English is the usual language.
Yes, it's true. Yeah, we have now in masters in many courses in master degrees are given in English now, and for sure at the PhD level, the official language in the research units is English. Yeah.
So perhaps if we have no more questions today, we can wrap up this session, this webinar. Fanny?
Yes, okay. Thank you very much for you two for your presentation. Yes, it seems like we do not have any more questions. So thank you very much for answering the ones we had. And I was very happy personally to have you as panelists since I was a student at Aix-Marseille University a long time ago. And I keep a very nice memory of this study period. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
皆さん、お疲れ様でした。次のプレゼンテーションは、20分ほどで始めさせていただきますので、その間に、フランスで博士留学をされた、留学経験者による、ビデオを、流させていただきますので、ぜひご覧ください。次のプレゼンテーションはですね、フランスの、インジニアリングスクールの、Institut Mines-Télécom のネットワークによるプレゼンテーションになりますので、技術系の、博士課程に関するプレゼンテーションになります。お待ちしております。少しご紹介させていただきます。本日は、Choose France ウェビナーシリーズ最終日、フランスでの博士留学に関する、一日になっております。これからは、あと、フランスにある、3つの、博士研究所による、プレゼンテーションが行われます。早速ですね、今から、ご紹介させていただくのは、IMT Institut Mines-Télécom、エンジニアリングスクールであり、フランス各地に学校を持っている、エンジニアリングスクールのネットワークです。これから参加させていただいている参加していただいている方に、一つご案内なんですが、質問はチャットの方ではなく Q&A のところから、随時に受け付けておりますので、フランス語でも英語でも日本語でもいつでもお寄せください。それでは、今、EMT の、2人のパネリストに、はい、来ていただいて、プレゼンテーションを始めさせていただきます。ピエールさん、よろしくお願いします。
はい、皆様、こんにちは。はじめまして、ピエール・ペルディギエと申します。IMT アレス大学の、学長代理です。よろしくお願いいたします。今日、お忙しいところ、時間を作っていただきまして、誠にありがとうございます。私は 大学生の時、1年間日本に住んでいました。それは愛知県の豊田市で、トヨタ自動車にエンジニア研修生として勤めました。素晴らしい経験でした。そしてその時ちょっと日本語が話せるようになりました。でも私の日本語がとても分かりにくくて、IMT グループでの博士課程のについて紹介させていただきます。ちょっとスクリーンシェアをしてみます。少々お待ちください。はい。はい。では、目次は4つのポイントがあります。最初は頑張って日本語で話してIMT グループについての紹介です。2つ目はIMT グループでの博士課程です。でそれから英語に変えてIMT の3つの大学にズームインして、で最後に1人の博士課程学院生と話し合いしましょう。はい。ではIMT グループというのは大学の共同体です。10の国立グランゼコール大学です。そのグランゼコールというのは厳しい専攻の少数定校です。産業とデジタル省に属しています。200年以上の長い歴史があります。基本的に修士と博士の資格のレベルです。で、フランスのエンジニア大学の中で一番大きいです。IMT はどこですか？フランスのこの地図をご覧ください。IMT は10のいろいろな町にありますね。ここはIMT アルビ大学で、こちら IMT アレス大学、IMT アトランティック大学、IMT パリ大学で、IMT 南パリで、IMT パリマネジメント大学で、IMT リール大学で、そして IMT ナンシー大学で、IMT サンテティエーヌ大学で、最後に IMT ウレコム大学があります。その IMT の10の大学は、フランスや国際的なランキング雑誌にとても高い評価に評価を受けています。例えば、Times Higher Education THE と QS のイギリスのランキング雑誌や上海ランキング雑誌にも載りました。IMT の技術的な専門分野は10あります。エネルギー工学、土木工学、材料工学、コンピュータサイエンスと人工知能、応用数学、健康工学、機械工学、環境と防災工学、そしてサイバーセキュリティで、最後に電子工学です。IMT の各大学の専門分野はこの表に紹介されています。例えば IMT アレス、ここにある IMT アレス大学にはこの6つの専門があります。はい、これから IMT グループでの大学教育について話したいと思います。IMT グループでは大学生は12,500人で、博士課程の大学院生は1,500人です。外国人留学生は4,000人で、IMT の全学生に30% ですね。60の国から来ています。職員は4,000人で、その中に研究者は2,000人です。英語で 100% 英語で教えているプログラムは50あります。そして MOOC オンライン講義も50あって、その MOOC に登録した生徒は今まで100万以上います。これからフランスのグランゼコールの高等教育システムを説明します。これは日本のシステムとヨーロッパの LMD システムの比較です。 日本の博士課程とヨーロッパのドクトレート D は3年間で同じですね。これから日本の修士課程とヨーロッパのマスター M も同じですね、2年間。違うポイントは博士課程、学士です。日本の学士課程は4年間かかりますけれども、ヨーロッパのライセンス L は3年間かかります。フランスの場合は3つのシステムがあります。1つ目は総合大学のシステムで、それは学生の 60% です。それからグランゼコール大学のシステムもあって、それは学生の 15% で、それから他のいろんなシステムもあって、それは25% です。はい。総合大学とグランゼコール大学の違うポイントは、入学の方法です。総合大学に入るのは高校を卒業してから直接に入学できます。グランゼコールには違います。はい、高校を卒業してからまず2年間準備学校で勉強しないといけません。その準備学校で勉強しているのは基本的に数学と物理です。それからエンジニア大学の入学国家試験に受かりましたら入学が評価されます。で、その成績によって上からそのグランゼコールを選ぶことができます。はい、IMT 大学に入ったら3年間のエンジニア課程のプログラムです。その3年間は日本の学士課程の最後の年、プラス日本の修士課程の2年間です。それからエンジニアの資格を取ります。卒業したら3つの可能性があります。1つ目は企業で勤めることで、2つ目は博士課程を3年間続けて研究することですね。最後に IMT のインキュベーターで会社を作ることです。IMT グループは世界で500以上の国際的なパートナーシップがあります。世界のどこでもアジアでもあります。フランスと日本は2014年に日本フランス間の大学資格に関するお互い認識条約を結びました。目的は日仏の大学交流を強化することです。IMT 大学と日本の大学との交換留学のパートナーシップは16あります。いろいろありますね。例えば東京大学、慶応大学、香川大学、大阪大学、京都大学などありますね。その中で4つの特別なダブルディグリーのパートナーシップがあります。はい、これからIMT グループでの研究について話したいと思います。IMT には研究者は2000人で、研究所は30あります。その30の中に IMT の単独研究所は10あって、で、協力研究所、例えば CNRS や CEA などとの協力研究所は20あります。国際研究所は6あって、で、ヨーロッパ共同体の科学研究のプロジェクトは100ぐらいです。出版物は7年に2000あります。で、ノーベル賞をもらった先生は2人います。で、フランスと日本は2019年から2023年まで、すみません、日仏の協力のパートナーシップを結びました。そのパートナーシップには科学研究のパートナーシップが入っています。それにIMT が貢献できます。はい。これはIMT 大学と日本の機関との研究コラボレーションです。またたくさんありますね。その研究のコラボレーションのテーマはいろいろありまして、例えば多くのコンピューターサイエンスと人工知能、そして観光工学と防災工学、エネルギー工学もたくさんあります。材料工学、 サイバーセキュリティ、機械工学で最後に応用数学の研究コラボレーションがあります。はい、IMT には一人の日本人の先生がいます。神奈川先生です。専門はデータサイエンスと応用数学です。神奈川先生が言うことは、ここ IMT で働くことができて嬉しいです。個人的にも仕事の面でもやりがいがあります。興味がある分野でしたいことができます。東京とフランス、ドイツの同僚だけでもなくて、世界中の大学と一緒に働いています。アメリカ、フィンランド、イギリスのランドンカレッジ、オックスフォードの大学です。2010年から2016年からすいません。IMT と統計数理研究所はニースの近く研究セミナーを企画しています。それは応用数学と人工知能がテーマでした。2019年にトゥルーズの近く IMT と東北大学はこの材料工学についての研究セミナーを共同で企画しました。次は日本の仙台でセミナーを企画するつもりです。IMT は東京にあるフランス大使館のイベントにも参加しています。例えば2017年にこの日仏防災イベント週間に参加しました。去年フランス大使館とドイツ大使館と AI ジャパンが共同で企画した人工知能の研究セミナーにも参加しました。で、それは今ですね、今月のフランス大使館と東京工業大学などが共同で企画している研究セミナー参加しています。それは材料工学と生産工学がテーマです。はい、これから学習IMT での学習について紹介したいと思います。IMT には特許1年に60あります。IMT と企業と形成した研究所は50あります。で、インキュベーター期間は11あります。この IMT のインキュベーターというのは2つの種類のプログラムがあります。1つ目はテクノロジーインキュベーターで、目的はビジネスクリエイターをサポートするためのシステムです。2つ目は学生のインキュベーターで、使命は学生に会社を作るコンセプトや実践を教育してサポートします。で、IMT のインキュベーターはたくさんのサクセスストーリーがあります。1年に設立された会社は、インキュベーターで設立された会社は70です。そのスタートアップの5年間の持続率は 84% です。高いです。で、このビバテック、パリにあるとても有名な生産革新イベントがあって、それからラスベガスにある CES という国際生産革新ショーもあります。その2つのショーにIMT のインキュベーターのビジネスクリエイターはスタンドを持ってプロジェクトを発表しました。はい。これから IMT の革新分野の国際的なパートナーシップについて話したいと思います。まず、フランス・ドイツ産業アカデミーはIMT とミュンヘンのミュンヘン技術大学が共同で作りました。目的はフランスとドイツの大学と研究所の革新的なプロジェクトを発展させることです。そして最近 IMT に愛知県の知事がフランスに来てIMT と インキュベーションについてのパートナーシップを結びました。目的はIMT のインキュベーターのノウハウを愛知県に作ることです。プロジェクトの名前はステーション AI です。はい、これから IMT グループでの博士課程を紹介します。はい、博士課程にいながら3年間給料が得られます。フランス語は必要ないです。英語能力のレベルは面接で判断します。4つの方法があります。まず、IMT の博士課程に応募。それは日本人学生は IMT に直接に申し込んで、5月末までに履歴書、修士課程の正式証明書、そして動機を書いた手紙を送って、面接は6月です。それから博士課程を始めるのは11月です。今年の応募にはまだ時間がありますね。なのでどうぞ応募してください。2つ目はフランスか日本の奨学金です。それは日本人学生は自分で奨学金を申し込んで、IMT は論文のテーマを学生と相談することができます。その結果、奨学金の結果、IMT の入学期日は奨学金によって違います。いろいろあります。はい、それから、コテュテールというダブルディグリーもあります。このプログラムは日仏の研究協力です。日仏の大学で登録が必要です。3、4年間を双方の大学で過ごします。学生は研究テーマを日仏双方の研究所に相談することができます。最後に博士課程研修もあります。このプログラムも日仏の研究協力です。日本人学生は日本の大学にいながらフランスの大学で短い研修を受けることができます。はい、今年 IMT の提供している論文は、たくさんあります。100ぐらいあります。この論文のリストは最後のページに紹介されています。興味がある方は5月末までに私に連絡してください。その後、大学や研究所と個別に話し合いをすることができます。はい。奨学金はたくさんありますので、この2つのウェブサイトで調べてください。フランス大使館のウェブサイトとキャンパスフランスのウェブサイトにもとても便利です。はい。博士課程の後、IMT は博士課程の学生サポートします。3つの可能性があります。1つ目はイノベーション分野の企業で働くことです。55% です。2つ目は公立の研究所で研究者になることです。45% で、インキュベーターエンジニアとしてスタートアップを作ることです。それは 5% です。就職場所は80% フランスです。10% ヨーロッパ、フランス以外。で、10% は世界、ヨーロッパ以外です。で、満足度は95% の博士は論文の後のキャリアに大満足しています。はい。生活についてですね。IMT のキャンパスには学生寮、学生食堂、オリエンテーション、就職アドバイス、スポーツ施設、外国人留学生協会、たくさんのクラブ活動もあります。そして興味があれば無料のフランス語の授業もあります。はい、これからIMT の3つの大学にズームインしていきます。その3つの大学に6つの博士課程の学院生を紹介します。はい、まず IMT アトランティック大学は アトランティックはここですね。ブレストとナントトレードの近くです。はい、これは3つのキャンプスの写真ですね。新しくきれいなキャンパスで、あとは近くにとてもきれいな街や景色があります。名物はたくさんあります。例えば、クレープですね。それからとても美味しいシーフード、特に美味しい牡蠣、を食べることができます。で、これはとても有名なバッタービスケットです。So I will now switch into English. So the first example I will show you in IMT Atlantic regards computer science and artificial intelligence. So let me introduce you Yu Xinghu. So he's a Chinese PhD student currently. He studied in China and France before his PhD, and his thesis is about deep learning with few data. And this is the message he wrote for you. And its experience at IMT is very positive, rich, and diversified. Deep learning is a very competitive field of research, and yet the environment helps me tackle the problems with confidence and determination. When I graduate, I hope to be able to join one of the top research teams in the domain in industry in the world. And the objective of his thesis is to make deep learning accessible to most, meaning small companies, associations, labs, and even citizens. The second example I will show you in IMT Atlantic University regards cybersecurity. So this is Léo Lavore. Léo is a French PhD student. He studied in France and Spain before, and his thesis is about collaborative security approaches for information technology and operational technology. And here's the message he wrote for you. IMT and the Cyber CNA project are the perfect research environment. The project is a great opportunity combining the excellent research of IMT with the industrial experience offered by the partners on cutting-edge technologies and real-world problems. And the objective of his thesis is to study algorithms and methods for collaborative threat detection, attack, prevention, and defense. はい、これから IMT アルビ大学にズームインします。アルビはトゥルーズの近くにあります。これはキャンパスの写真で、これもキャンパスの写真です。名物はたくさんあります。アルビはとてもきれいな街で、近くにきれいな自然もありますね。それからラグビーも有名です。で、アルビの近くにエアバスの本社もあります。それからとても美味しいカスレを食べることができます。So the example I will show you in IMT Albi University is about environmental engineering. So this is Manel Nasfi. Manel, she's Tunisian. She studied in Tunisia and France before her PhD, and her thesis is about rapid pyrolysis of contaminated biomass. And the message she wrote for us is IMT allows me to satisfy my passion for processes useful for the environment. And the objective of her thesis is to promote the thermal recovery of highly contaminated solid organic waste in response to current and future environmental and energy challenges. And the other example I will show you in IMT Albi University regards energy engineering. So this is Zili He. He's a Chinese PhD student. He studied in China, Sweden, and France before that. And his thesis is about adaptive optics of concentrating solar collectors. The objective of the thesis is to regulate parabole and mirrors to concentrate the solar flux into a process. はい、最後にIMT アレス大学を紹介していきます。IMT アレス大学はモンペリエの近くにあります。これは学生寮とキャンパスの写真です。アレスから1時間以内で行けるところはたくさんあります。 例えばこのセヴェーヌ山、浜辺、ニームのアリーナ、モンプリエの有名なスコア、いろいろあります。そして名物、本当にたくさんあります。黒トゥルーフとか、美味しいペラドンチーズ、サラミ、このボレキノコで、クリームでできたモンブランケーキも有名です。はい。So the example I will show you of a PhD in IMT Aix University is about disaster reduction. So this is Maria Molina. She's Colombian. She studied in Colombia, Spain, UK, and France before her PhD. And her thesis is about improving hydrometeorological forecasting using artificial intelligence neural networks. And this is the message she left for you. Working at IMT is a rewarding experience, both on a human and professional level. I am very grateful for what I've been able to learn in France about karstic environments and neural networks, two subjects that I would never have thought compatible before the thesis. And her thesis, it's very interesting because it combines disaster reduction and artificial intelligence. Basically, she tries to model the behavior of the hydro system using neural networks to prevent floods and to reduce the disasters if they occur. And the last example I show you in IMT Aix University regards material sciences. So this is Noor Masara. Noor, she's Lebanese. She did all her studies in Lebanon, and her thesis is about 3D printing of bio nanocomposites and blend. So actually, Noor is here today. She's going to join us, and she will tell you a few words about her thesis. So just wait a minute, she is going to join us. Noor? Thank you. So, hello. Please have a seat. Please have a seat. Turn the camera.
Hello, Pierre.
Hello, thank you, Noor. So, Noor, thank you for joining us for this seminar. So we have Japanese students here. So could you tell us a few words about your thesis in France in IMT Aix University?
Okay, hello everyone. My thesis, as Pierre told you, it's about manufacturing of conductive bio-nanocomposites and blends by the 3D printing technique. So in my PhD, I have to synthesize materials or plastics that were initially insulated, electrically insulators. I have to change them into conductive materials. And my polymers are really interesting because they are bio-based or bio-sourced. It means that their origin is the natural products, like for example, the corn. And they are also biodegradable. This means after the end time of the product, if it was thrown in the environment, it will degrade and become part of the environment due to the huge plastic pollution problem the whole world is suffering from. So at the end, I fabricate a functional material, which is bio-based, biodegradable. And I think in this way, we will help more the world to be cleaner and healthier.
Okay, and can you show us maybe what you produced to the Japanese students?
Yeah. So for example, this is an object that we have made in our 3D printing platform. It is just a miniature of the engine of the plane. And it is bio-based, this object. Its origin is the castor oil. And it has been made layer by layer. That's why if you see, it is really detailed and it's very complex. Okay. So we are able to make very complex objects. This one, it was made from the powder. So it is really interesting to change powder into a strong and very complex and detailed objects.
And what's amazing is that this is made out of bio-based materials.
Yeah, from the castor oil.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Noor. So actually, we're coming to the end of the presentation. But before that, we're going to have a small discussion with Noor about her experience in France and especially in IMT Aix University. So Noor, maybe the first question I want to ask you is very simple. Why did you choose France and especially IMT for your PhD?
Okay, actually, since I was young, my dream has been to come to France, and because I was hearing how much France is beautiful and has very great level of education and very equipped laboratories for the experimental part. But after when I reached the university level, all my professors who were teaching me did their PhDs in France. So they were always giving us good vibes about how they had very interesting experience at all levels, the personal and the scientific or educational level. So this was actually the motivation for me at the beginning. And after I came to IMT because we had a collaboration with the lab I am working in and my university in Lebanon. So and it is highly reputed and it's highly advanced school. So it was very great for me, a very great chance to come to here. Okay. And to have a nice experience in this amazing school.
And Noor, when you arrived in France, you could not speak French at all. So I want to ask you, how did you overcome the potential difficulties, and how is it this stay in France?
Actually, until now, it has been perfect. And for the language difficulty, I started since 5 months a course, and now I am in the middle. In the middle of the way, I just still have 5 more months, and I think I will finish. So in 1 year, we can take all the courses if we started a concentrated course, and after we become very fluent, so it's not a problem. But just to mention, it's not obligatory at the PhD level to know French because everything is in English and people in the domain know English. So it's just if you want to learn the new language, just that. But
yeah, it's not compulsory. It's not necessary for the PhD.
No, it's not obligatory for the PhD. Everything is in English.
All right.
And at the personal level, I improved a lot. I became a person with a stronger personality and better communication skills with people, since every day I meet people from all over the world, and I can have friends from everywhere, from China, from Europe, from America, from everywhere. So it's really great to come to here, actually.
Right. And yeah, okay.
And just the last thing, also the labs here are really great. Every lab is specialized for a domain, and they have the intelligent professors, the talented technicians, and everything, and the very advanced equipment. So it's very, very great.
Okay. And Noor, personally, I've seen you change since you arrived, and so I want to ask you, what will you take away from this experience? What impact does it have on your future? And what kind of advice you can give to our Japanese students who might be interested in doing the PhD in France and at IMT?
Okay, I will take with me actually a big experience, a lot of information, a lot of nice memories, and I hope that after I will find a place with the same level as IMT Mines. And I advise the Japanese students to come to France because it's really wonderful, and the people are really nice and hospitable, and it's not difficult to integrate here because I came from different culture and I easily integrated. And you will enjoy a very nice time here at IMT Mines. There is very advanced level of studies, and also a lot of nice parties at the student residence where you can enjoy your time in the weekends. So it's really interesting actually for you to come to here. So yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Pierre, for interviewing me.
Yeah, thank you, Noor, for this.
And thank you, everyone, who hear me.
For this experience sharing. You can stay with us, Noor. Okay. Thank you very much. So we are coming to the end of the presentation, actually. So ご清聴ありがとうございます。これから質問のお時間ですね。でも、ウェビナーの後にもご興味のある方はこちらのメールアドレスに私に連絡してください。お問い合わせください。 個別に話し合いすることができますので、どうぞ。ありがとうございました。
Thank you so much, Pierre. Thank you, Noor. That was great. We have a question from a student, and I'll let you, Pierre, answer for IMT, and Campus France will give some more information, general information.
Okay.
Akan is wondering, I got an MSc in the UK, already not in the EU. In this case, do I need any language certificate, like IELTS or TOEFL, to apply for PhD at French University?
Okay,
And
very simple.
okay. Sorry, go on.
Okay, so first part of the question, you do not need neither TOEFL nor TOEIC test certification for the PhD. Your English level, your English capacity will be verified during the interview. So if, for example, if you apply, you send your CV, motivation letter, and everything, then you may have a discussion, then an interview, and this interview will be conducted in English, and that's when we just verify that.
I think with the doctoral school, there will be the interview.
Yeah. So no certification required.
Yes.
And then the second part of the question, normally how much GPA is required to get an offer?
Oh, sorry, how many what?
The GPA, the general level of a...
Okay. So that's not a simple question to answer because, depending on the countries, depending on the domains, the average GPA levels and the way they give ranks, they are very diversified. So there is not that specific level with a number. We actually require that you send us your master GPAs. Then we evaluate them. We can ask questions to people who know maybe the university you come from, etc. And then we will give you the answer.
はい、ありがとうございます。Thank you, Pierre. ちょっと日本語で、追加で今の質問に、他の大学の場合は答えさせていただくと、そうですね、博士研究所の場合は、基本的にはそういうマスターとかと同じように、英語やフランス語のテストは求められてないかもしれないんですが、それもちょっと研究所によるかもしれないので、基本的にはオファーをアプライするときに確認していただいた方がいいと思います。でも基本的にはこのレベルでないとダメっていう一般的な規定はないですね。で、GPA に関してはそうですね、先ほどピエールが言った通り、フランスでは GPA という基準がないので、どちらかというと今までの学歴と成績の方が重要になります。特に GPA のスコア自体があまり見られないと思います。はい。次の質問どうぞ。
はい、どうぞ。Catherine, is there any other question?
Yes, is about the fun MOOC. There's the IMT MOOC on the fun, and yes, we have a full series of courses, and we are on Coursera, on fun, and I don't know, Pierre, if you want to say something about this.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we really developed much the online MOOC sessions, and that was very useful, by the way, during the pandemic. So I think today IMT has got 50 different MOOCs, and totally I think more than 1 million students actually registered for these MOOCs. So it's a great activity. And most of them, I mean, okay, let's say at least half of them are in English. ということです。他の質問があるでしょうか。はい。
So we don't have any more questions. Let me see. Okay. On Telecom 5G, yes, that's part of IMT MOOC.
Okay. Maybe what I can say again is that we have more than 100 thesis offers for this year. And so I couldn't present all these thesis offers because it's very long, but they will be written in my PowerPoint file. So if you're interested, please give your email address to Fanny, Mrs. Delorme or Campus Front, and we will be able to send you the file with all the lists, and then we can even discuss 個別に話し合いをしましょう。
Pierre, there's another question, a quick question. We don't have much time left. Are there several research opportunities in the field of bio-based materials at IMT?
Yes, there are. Yes, there are. Bio-based materials, actually, Noor is the pure example of what kind of research we do on bio-based materials. It's actually in INT Aix University. The lab on bio-based material research is the biggest one, the biggest of our 3 labs. So we have a lot of activities and a lot of PhDs and a lot of foreign PhDs. You confirm?
Yes.
Confirm, Noor?
Yes, and it depends. Actually, it's not only related to 3D printing. Like in my case, there are a lot of other PhDs where they use the bio-based plastics or materials in general for using other equipment and using for a lot of various applications. Sometimes materials related to the ships in the sea, sometimes materials related to the airplane. So it's really advanced, and we have all the machines to characterize the materials we make to see if it is good or not, and it's very wide. Actually, we have all the equipments for that for a lot of applications. Yes.
そういえばそのトピックに興味があれば、今東京にあるフランス大使館が材料工学の研究セミナーを企画しています。There is this seminar organized by the French embassy on let's say material sciences and additive manufacturing. It's this month, and there were themes about that, which might be of interest to you.
Fanny, did you want to add something or not?
Actually, I would like my colleague, who is in charge of this seminar about additive material, to maybe answer and make a comment to everyone. But before that, I see you also have another question, so maybe you can answer this one.
Yes, we have a question about if we offer master courses related to aeronautics. And we do have a lot of students who work in that field afterwards, after their master, after their diploma of engineering, because of course with industrial engineering, mechanics, materials, and all the related fields, that's of course a big domain for us. But Pierre, if you want to add something.
Yes, thank you, Catherine. That's correct. What I can say is that we have several universities within INT dealing with these issues. I can say that INT Albi University is located very near to Toulouse, and you know Toulouse is the kind of it's the heart, the hub of aeronautics industry in France and Europe. So there are many activities, masters, advanced masters, even PhDs on aeronautics technologies and materials. Yes, we do have that. You can also ask questions to Noor if you want to discuss on a PhD student experience.
Yes, of course.
Okay, so since we do not have any more questions, and I think it's time to end our webinar, so thank you very much to Pierre and to Noor for this very nice presentation of EMT. ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
参加者の皆様もお疲れ様でした。これでso we have one more question. One of the students who asked question would like to have your address. So maybe you could type your address in the.
Yes, I can do that.
Type the address in the chat.
Okay, and I share my screen again. Can you see? It's very simple. It's
Yeah, well,
INT
it's good.
Japan and mines-ls.fr.
Great.
いいですか？よろしいでしょうか？
大丈夫だと
どう
思いま
ぞ
す。
お問い合わせください。はい、お待ちしております。はい、ありがとうございました。
では皆さんありがとうございます。
はい
これでこの、IMT に関する、ウェビナーが、終了します。で、続きまして、5時からですね、博士研究所のネットワーク、REDOC-SPI に関するプレゼンテーションが始まります。その間に、また、留学経験者の、博士留学経験者による、ビデオが、流れますので、ご覧ください。では、後ほど。はい、皆さん、これからは、次のプレゼンテーションを始めさせていただきます。今からご参加いただいている、皆様は、本日は、Choose France ウェビナー最終日、フランスで博士留学、に関する一日になっております。次のプレゼンテーションは、REDOC という、フランスの博士研究所のネットワークのご紹介になります。Azaïez Sensei, お願いします。Bonjour, monsieur Azaïez, je vous laisse faire la présentation.
Bonjour tout le monde. Okay, I try to. Okay, good morning, everybody, or good evening. My name is Azaïez Majdi. I am professor at the University of Bordeaux, and today I'm going to present you what we call the National Network of Doctoral School, and we focus on one particular doctoral school. It is the Doctoral School of Science for Engineering. This is, let's say, a set of specialties, and I will go into the detail of this doctoral school later in my presentation. This is not a presentation of a particular institute or university. It's something that we built to guarantee some objectives, and here I'm presenting two of these objectives: promoting the SPE, what I call SPE, Science for Engineering doctoral degree among young people and industry in France and abroad. This is our objective, and this is why we built a website and a link in connection to promote these two goals. And before going into this presentation, I take the freedom to present you some definition, some information about our view of doctoral and doctor. And first of all, I would like to say a few words, even if you are aware about this and maybe you know it perfectly, but let's start by what we communicate to our students to present what is doctorate. What is doctorate in French? And I like the definition of doctorate. If you go ahead with this definition, you can see that it is origin from the Latin word, which is doctorem, from doctum, supin de docere, and all this to say something to teach. And doctorate is in generally the highest academic degree. The holder of of this degree is called the doctor, as you know. In France, the doctorate is a state degree. The normal duration of the doctorate is about 3 years. And to give you an idea about some numbers, note that in France we have about 15,000 new doctoral matriculation that occur every year, and we award about 10,000 by year. And doctoral candidate can apply for 3 years fellowship. The most well-known is what we call contrat doctorate, and I will be back to this later. The candidate has to write a thesis that is read by two external reviewers. I mean, you work during 3 years, and by the end, you present a book And this book is given to 2 external reviewers, and they have to give their opinion. The head of institution decides whether the candidate can defend the thesis after considering the external reviews. And we have to present our work in front of jury. And this jury has to be at maximum of 8 members, and they have to listen and they have to ask questions. The defense generally takes something like 45 minutes. And in scientific field, they respect this time, 45 minutes. And this period is followed by 1 hour or 2 hours of question. The defense and the question are public, and the jury deliberates in private, and then declare the candidate admitted or postponed. Note that this later, the later possibility of postponement is really, really rare. We arrange everything to make this event success. We have new regulations since 2016, and this regulation said we have no more distinction. I mean, we can evaluate the thesis by writing some kind of review, and we say that the presentation was good or was excellent, and never say this and officially. We can write some comments, but never to say this thesis was declared to be excellent or not. Okay, so some question about founding. Founding in our website, we present more possibilities than I'm writing here. First of all, note that no thesis is possible without founding, because now to follow thesis, it's a contract, and it is work contract in the sense that we have to have a salary. And the founding has to cover 3 years of your thesis. Some funding possible, I give some list here, but it is not complete. More details can be found in the website. Doctoral contracts from higher education institution or research center. Doctoral from region, government region. Research grants from foreign government. Funding from research project, national research project, or industrial contract. So now I said that I'm going to speak about doctoral school, but let's say, what is doctoral school? In France, doctoral schools are internal structure of the public higher education and research institutions, authorized to award a doctorate, which organize doctoral training. The first doctoral school operating according to this principle was created in 1983. It was an Institut Polytechnique of Grenoble. And a few years after, in 1990, we had about 32 doctoral schools in France. And now we enumerate about 272 doctoral schools are registered by the ministry. And these set of doctoral schools include 30 doctoral schools in our specialty, our means mine specialty, science for engineering, SPI. The structure of the doctoral school is organized to fulfill a different mission. And I give here some example: ministry fellowship attribution, choice of students, control of the supervision quality, respect of the thesis chart. Set chart, it means sets of regulatory framework, organization of training courses, organizing of scientific and intellectual exchange, support for professional insertion. And this is the mission of any doctoral school in any university. Stake of the PhD. Of course, to get a strong background in research, and it has to respect at least three points, 3 items: ability to analyze a scientific question, ability to set up an experimental strategy, ability to develop a model to interpret phenomenon, scientific skills, English writing and reading, bibliography synthesis, review and report writing, and oral presentation. The last point I present here, it is of course valorization. The doctoral school is here to help and to guarantee that any student has to produce scientific publication, and of course to follow our PhD after their presentation after their degree to follow their insertion project. From the professional point of view, doctoral school is here to help to achieve a professional project by teamwork and research lab, team integration, project appropriation, project of high quality result. And of course, to help to define a training plan, meeting national and international. We push our student, PhD student to respect this rule. And in any university, we have a special day that we call Journée de l'École Doctorale. It is the day of doctoral school. This is a very interesting day because it is organized by the PhD student by themselves, and it is dedicated to their work. So during one day, they present the new PhD student, they present the work of the second year, and at this occasion, we can also award some of the work, and it is decided by the student. The jury are the students themselves. And of course, the last point is to training course proposed by the doctoral school and the university. You know that any student has to follow about 100 hours during the 3 years. This is mandatory. The duties: respect of the job contract, regular progress of the report, regular regress report. They have to do this every year. Follow-up and validation of the training course. That's what I said before. During the 3 years, we have to follow about 100 hours. And these courses are not in our specialty of science for engineering. I mean, we can, for example, follow a course on how to manage project. You can follow a course about history of your of science. But this has to be validated by the doctoral school, and by the end, we have to complete about 100. This is, I think, very positive for the student. And of course, meet minimal criteria for a PhD defense. This is an example of the situation of our student, and this is one of the objective of the rule, and the objective of the doctoral school is to make statistic and to follow our student after their defense. And give here one example, and the example concern our university in Bordeaux, since I am from Bordeaux, and it concerned our doctoral school of science for engineering. It was done 3 years ago, I guess, and we make some statistic for about 85 students, and as you can see, we have about 31% of our students. They got a job in public position, administrative public position. I mean, university, research lab, and also 40% they are from the industrial, private industrial, and some 2% they follow postdoc, and people they did their own company, and then and the rest, as you can see, and we have, of course, we have about something 20% without answer. But this is very fundamental for us because we need to, we follow students during 3 years, but we have to follow after, because this is the way to measure the success of our mission. This is one point that also we explain in the website, but I would like to discuss it with you. It is what we call the co-guided international thesis. Of course, it is possible for doctoral students and for all specialty to complete their thesis into 2 countries. The doctoral student is jointly supervised by 2 thesis directors. And this is the fundamental point, and usually this is the hardest point to complete, is to sign the agreement. Agreement between the 2 institutions in 2 different countries has to be signed. And in this agreement, we have to define all about the thesis. And you know that each country, its institution has its own role. And by the way, we have to manage, and we have to found a special agreement. The thesis is carried out partially in the first country and partially in the other. And the period has to be defined with the agreement, inside the agreement. Of course, when the language of the 2 countries are different, several modes of defense and writing are possible according to the conventional practices defined between the 2 institutions. And this has to be really written in the agreement. For example, it's possible to write the thesis in 1 language and a long summary in the second language, to write the 2 theses in each 1 language, or even a single thesis in the 3rd language. For example, to precise English, we have many experience with Franco-Indian co-guided thesis, and so we can write everything in English and we make summary in French. The defense. Usually we do a single one defense, and this can take place in one country to fix. For example, we can make defense in France and to follow the defense by camera in Japan. This has also to be defined inside the agreement. A difficulty for international co-supervision is most often the choice of the mode of writing and presentation compatible with the two legal systems. This is the point as mentioned before. Co-supervision allows both exchange between laboratories and faculties in several countries and the mobility of research. It is also allows the young doctor to have his or her work recognized in the two countries and what we call a double degree. And this is really an added value to realize what we call co-guided international tests. Now, since I'm speaking about science for engineering, SPI, I would like to mention that this is concern three main disciplines, three main themas: electronics, automatization, mechanics, and physics. And behind these three main disciplines, I would like to mention some specific motions. I mean, you follow mechanics and or electronic, and we can be specific in laser or nanoscience and signal, image. All this are included in the main discipline. This is what cover what we call science for engineering. And now, if we would like to say a few words about the mission of the network of doctoral school dedicated to science for engineering. Our mission is to enhance the attractiveness of the SPI PhD in France and worldwide, federating and promoting the SPI PhD doctoral community, supporting innovative training initiative, and share best practice between member doctoral school. And as I said before, this can be realized thanks to the website and thanks to our connection with LinkedIn. And today we have 30 doctoral school partners of this network, and we have connection with 2,000 PhD students by year. And we cover all the region in France, and we cover all the previous disciplines that I presented to you: mechanic, physics, and electronic. We have partners who I mentioned here some of them: French Mechanic Association, National Network of Doctoral School in Chemistry, and CNRS. Okay, so if I summarize the website, this is a website where inside you can find some possibility to act. We have the possibility to go with one part of the website that I call Find My Thesis in Science for Engineering. This is behind, you can find the list of theses that are offered by all the doctoral school in SPI in France. And also find my thesis in aerospace industry, find my thesis in electronic, find my thesis in process engineering. You can imagine that all the doctoral school in France, once they decided about their thesis, once they decide about founding, they put a copy of their offer on this website. So, I mean, this is the main door to go and to visit all what can be offered in France. Of course, when it concerns SPI, I mean, science for engineering themas. So as I said before, links to the thesis topics published by all doctoral schools and laboratory research organizations, but focuses on science for engineering. We have also connection with some partner website, and I gave some of them here. And we have every month, every year, some special actions. For example, in March 2021, we made a big webinar about the promotion of updated site through LinkedIn, and we organized some events. I will give an example later, the presentation. Okay, as I said before, between 2014 up to 2020, we had about more than 2,000 students who are connected to our website on our network. We published about thousands of theses. We have connection with many business profile and academic profile. And we put a list of companies who are really interested by this kind of thesis. So this is, let's say, the intersection between students who are looking for a position and the company who are looking for future young student to hire. And this is very active, very dynamic, and it is inside the website itself. We have a strong connection with this source, thesis.fr. Thesis.fr is really the place that you can find all the theses defended in France, even when it is, of course, co-guided. I mean, you can find the thesis guide between Japan and France, China and France, US and France, and all the sources of thesis subject, you can find it in this thesis.fr. So we have a strong connection between the two REDOC-SPI in one side, and this is the other side. We really we ensure a regular follow-up. I mean, we follow the offer, the realization, and we follow also the future our PhD student through and all the doctoral school in France. So as I said before, one of the objectives, one of the mission is diffuse information. We diffuse information through the REDOC-SPI website, and we have special pages dedicated to the industrial company. We have special pages dedicated to the academic connection. We have a group of PhD doctor in SPI. As I said, we have really about 4,000 members who are really active. And this is the place where all doctoral school, they connect to make offer of their thesis and also postdoc position. We have connection about all the doctoral college, and which can be the set of the doctoral school, and connection with universities. In the same time, and in parallel, we are very active with LinkedIn, and we have a connection in this. We have our activity inside this powerful connection tool, and this was done to be able to communicate to thousands of PhD students and SPI doctors, because we consider that it is a decisive tool to create a network between PhD student and interest potential partner, and we are thinking especially about industrial company. Example, Academy of Technology, Engineering Technique, they are very well-known association in France, and they really use our LinkedIn connection. All this is can be found inside when you connect in it. We, for example, recently organized a very active webinar. It was dedicated to promote what? But promote thesis for our engineering. I mean, to explain how can be very interesting for an engineering to not be only graduate as engineering, but to be engineering and doctor in science. And we did a series of webinars to explain this. We invited the head of research and development group, big group, and they explain the added value from the scientific point of view, from the salary point of view, from the how to imagine our project, and all this is made thanks to to our network, REDOC-SPI. We have something that I consider very interesting, what we call the thesis of the month. I mean, each month REDOC-SPI selects this published thesis, and they are published on this website of thesis.fr, and we collect the manuscript itself, the document itself, but also the slides. And we put them in our website. And sometimes we even invite the new PhD to present his thesis, and we register this, and we can put it and open it to the other students so they can follow it. Sometimes we organize discussion around this thesis, and we have what we call, we try to maintain this every month. For example, in February 2021, we decided to do something very strong, which is connecting an association that we call Technique de l'Ingénieur. It's a very known association in France, and our network with the Bibliography Agency for Higher Education. This agency of higher education is the agency which runs the thesis.fr website, and we decided to join our forces to create a new partnership to aim to provide students with richer information and to allow for 360-degree scientific overview. And this was explaining during this what we call day technique of engineer, the l'assurance of better life, complete. Okay, so we are almost at the end of the presentation. As I said, this is an example of connection, but unfortunately it is in French. It is we invited Christine Prel, who is the director of the École Doctorale of Science and Engineering of Compiègne University Technology, and she really explained and promoted well how much is important for engineering to follow a thesis program. This is the end, the last slide. And once again, I think that our work is supported. Our work is based on two connections. On one side, the group LinkedIn, I give here the connection, and the website REDOC-SPI. I would say that, frankly speaking, REDOC-SPI up to date, it's in French, and only in French, and this is the weak point of our work. And we are really deciding to write an English version because we are considering that this can be very, very positive for us. And nevertheless, if you go with the LinkedIn group, you can find many discussions in English and many questions asked by our student coming from abroad, and maybe that can help you. And of course, if you follow REDOC-SPI till the proposal, you can find many proposals in English, and you can also put your question in English, and we will really answer you as soon as possible. I hope that I gave you some idea about this network, and I'm ready to answer your question, if any, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Isaias, for this presentation. 皆様、ぜひ質問がありましたら、日本語でも受け付けていますので、お寄せください。Maybe one question from
yes, please.
How many Japanese students have done theses in engineering according to the data you have through your network? Do you have a number?
I have a number in Bordeaux. Okay,
in Bordeaux.
I have only in Bordeaux, and I have in our doctoral school of science for engineering, we have for this period that I present to you, not so many. We have only 3.
Okay, so right now you have 3 Japanese students in Bordeaux.
And I would say that in Bordeaux we have, like in many centers in France, we have what we call IDEX, which is the Initiative of Excellence, and they decided to promote research and international collaboration, and so they push all of us to do this, but they have selected some destination as we call priority destination. And we have 2 or 3 universities in Japan who are considered that very high level target. So every year we offer grants dedicated to this university.
Okay.
This is, I mean, if you come with a good scientific project, and usually this is the easy part for us because this is our job. So we are able to propose very competitive subject of thesis. We really have the guarantee to have some funds because Japan and can found the real destination. We have 3 universities and they are priority top. So
okay.
Once we decided, once we have the student, once we have the subject, we have the grant.
Okay. Do you have the name of the 3 universities?
Now, but I can send it to you rapidly.
Okay.
Okay. I will send you also the link to our IDEX, and this is really in English. So we have French version, but we have very complete English version. I can give you the name of the university, and we are really encouraged. We have really pushed it to make proposal in this direction with Japan.
Okay, that's great news because I think it really helps to have documents and information in English for Japanese students.
Unfortunately, I cannot give more information through the other doctoral school, but I can ask. But my immediate answer comes from Bordeaux, as I am from Bordeaux.
Okay, and one more question: are you interested to develop more the co-tutel, which means co-direction of thesis?
Co-guide.
Is it, I mean, an orientation you have to develop more co-tutel with Japan?
Absolutely. But we have to face, as I said before, the step of writing the agreement. Okay, because, you know, I don't know if it is the place to mention this, but one of the problems that in France we have 3 years of thesis. And we have to follow 100 hours of courses. We have to, and by the end we have to discuss with our partner. But finally, we can converge. But to answer to the first question, we are really interested, and we are trying to stop with the co-guided, no official thesis, because we have many theses. They are co-guided, but they have no official agreement. We need official agreement. So we need this, and we are really ready to come and discuss with you to promote this.
That's great to know.
I know that this is maybe not the place, but you know, as I am professor in Institut of Polytechnique of Bordeaux, we have our students who are conducted to spend about 6 months outside the École Ingénieur. They have to, and also Japan is a priority destination, and we are really happy to host, and we have also the facility to give grant to some of the students who wants to come, but for 6 months or 1 year. But this is another subject.
Okay. About the co-tutel and so the joint PhD, from your point of view, what are the advantages compared to simple non-official co-direction?
The first answer is the double degree. The double degree, because when it's not official, you have only 1 degree. You have Doctor of University of Bordeaux or Doctor University of any Japan. This is fundamental, and the rest is, as you know, is the double culture. Especially for France, it's very important that our student can spend because one of the rule is to spend half time. With Bordeaux, it's very clear. The student has to spend half time, about 18 months in France and 18 months in Japan. And this is the guarantee of the double culture. I mean, culture in the large sense and the strict sense, scientific culture. And we have also, we learn from Japan, and Japan, I'm sure they'll be happy to come and to see how we make research, how we conduct our student to become a researcher. This is very important.
Okay.
This is very important. I have experience with non-official, and usually, if you are in the best situation, we receive students about 6 months and 7 months. And to say to our young student, Japan student, that also when it's double degree and we have double inscription, so the student they will have the advantage of like have all our students. I mean, from social security, culture, advantage, everything becomes more easy.
Okay. One last question, because we have some time left, about the CIFRE scholarships or financing. Do you have foreign PhD students that are part of CIFRE financing programs?
Absolutely. The only restriction comes from the definition of the subject. Some subject, for example, let me give you an example. When the thesis is made with CERA, with the Commissariat of Energy Atomic, or sensitive subject, it is forbidden for any foreign. But when the subject is one of my subjects, for example, it's no problem. We can. It is open to.
Okay, so it's also open for foreign national students.
Yeah.
Okay.
It depends on the sense, on the content of the subject and the limit of the security.
Of course. Do you have anything you'd like to add before maybe we close the webinar, since I see we don't have any more questions?
No, for a while now. I think I will be happy really to help students if they want to come to Bordeaux. I'm speaking about national network, but I'll take the opportunity to say that they are welcome in Bordeaux, and really we are open to this destination, and life is very, very, very beautiful and very nice in Bordeaux. It's an attractive place from the scientific point of view and from the human being and the human life. And as I promised, I will send you the link to give you the name of the university, the destination that we consider their top priority by Bordeaux.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you for all, and good luck.
Thank you for your presentation. 皆様ありがとうございました。お疲れ様です。これでREDOCネットワークのプレゼンテーションが、終了いたします。次のプレゼンテーションは、18時から、INSA というまたエンジニアリング系の、学校のネットワークに関するプレゼンテーションが始まります。その間に、フランス、博士留学の、留学経験者による、ビデオが流れますので、休憩の間にぜひご覧ください。はい、お待ちしております。Thank you, Mr. Azayez. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ciao, 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 ciao. I leave.
はい、続きまして、ウェビナーシリーズを、続けさせていただきます。今からご参加いただいている皆様、Choose フランスウェビナーシリーズ最終日、フランスで博士留学に関する、プレゼンテーションを行っている最中です。今から、スタートするプレゼンテーションは、INSA というフランスの大きな、エンジニアリングスクールのネットワークのプレゼンテーションになります。ということは、エンジニアリング系の、博士留学に関するプレゼンテーションになります。それでは、パネリストの方に、はい、回します。Bonjour Marie-Pierre et Marie-Pierre et Masato et Christophe, que nous n'avons pas à la vidéo, mais bientôt.
Je n'arrive pas, Fanny, à démarrer ma caméra. Vous l'avez bloquée?
Non, normalement, je vous ai demandé de
Ah, c'est bon.
Voilà,
merci.
C'est bon.
C'est bon.
Okay, thank you everyone for being here. So you can start your presentation.
Well, konnichiwa, and thank you. Welcome to INSA Group France. Furanzue yokoso. I'm Marie-Pierre Favre, Senior Advisor for International Development at INSA Group. What's INSA? INSA is in fact the largest group of public higher education engineering schools. And we like to express our vision into three main directions: looking forward to the future, acting sustainably, and thinking collectively. There are 7 INSAs in France covering the national territory. We have as well 6 associated schools chosen for their specific expertise. There is as well 1 INSA in Morocco. Nearly 17,000 students. What is rather unique is that among the first-year students, you have 42% of them female, and 25 of them are international students. INSA was created more than 60 years ago, and since then, the core values are diversity, humanism, excellence, innovation, and strategic foresight. Remember, the driving forces to the strategy of INSA, the motto is sciences, meaning, and impact. To implement the vision, we have identified 7 challenges, and each of them is supported by 1 INSA. Remember, as I told you, there are 7 INSAs. And of course, one is about research, another one is about international. You might be familiar now with the French education system. At INSA, we have a 5-year integrated master program that is then equivalent to the Master of Science in the US. And of course, there is a PhD track. We expect our graduates, to have, beside high level of scientific knowledge, to be able to adapt in a very evolving context. And therefore, we provide a specific pedagogy and relevant opportunities to facilitate the gain of soft skills and other complementary competencies. There is, for instance, a strong link with industry, and this is even true at the PhD level. You might have PhD directly linked with industry issues. We have as well, for instance, elite sports athletes, and some of them, in fact, will go to Tokyo within a few weeks for the Games, for the Olympic Games. At the master level, we have 9 broad disciplinary fields covering all engineering fields, plus architecture. As far as research is concerned, 55 laboratories. Well, a lab in Japan is different than a lab in France. And here in France, you might have more than 100 researchers within the same lab. Altogether, we have more than 1,000 researchers. And we have identified or selected 5 main societal challenges: digital society and information, energy for sustainable development, environment, natural, industrial, urban environments, global health and bioengineering, and transport, structures, infrastructures, mobilities. And they're all related to SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals from United Nations. Our campuses are very international, and in fact, more than half of PhD candidates are international, and we do expect to welcome more Japanese students. As far as rankings, I'd like to share maybe with you one of the latest release. There was a national ranking for schools that recruit after high school, and the 7 INSAs are in the top 10. That shows you the attractiveness and the reputation of INSA. We do have cooperation with Japan and with Japanese university. I guess you know all of them. There is a diverse range of activities such as students exchange, We have a double degree at the master and the PhD level. Research internships could be also interesting for you to come for a short duration, to visit a lab, to better understand, how is it organized, and to prepare a future PhD. And at the PhD level, again, several options, such as short-term mobility, co-direction, or even co-tutel. We have an international laboratory with University of Tohoku, mainly supported by INSA Lyon. And there are several research projects co-funded by both Japanese and French organizations. To show you some illustrations, both in Japan and in France. And again, so this is really always an honor and a pleasure to either visit Japan, but also to welcome Japanese delegates and students to France, to INSA. So are you ready for boarding or still hesitating? Let me tell you about top 5 reasons to choose INSA Group. You will experience a trailblazing education model. We offer a dynamic learning and working environment. You will benefit from a European and global network of opportunities, making friends for sure, but also professional opportunities. And we strongly commit to societal challenges. And I'm sure that you, the young generation of Japan, you are also fully aware of these global challenges. And I'm convinced you're also ready to commit, ready to contribute. And of course, INSA is a gateway to French and European culture. There are dedicated teams looking forward to welcome you to INSA campuses. Even if you don't have to speak French, we'll provide some French language course. It's always useful to get some keywords. And wherever you'll go, there are attractive French cities as far as economic development, science and technology, of course, but also tourism and culture center. And France is a gateway to Europe. Some pictures of the campuses, dorms, buildings, library. And I'd like to say that France, like Japan, in fact, is a country of gastronomy, history, culture, warm atmosphere, and last but not least, science and technology. Looking forward to welcome you to INSA campuses. Arigatou gozaimasu. Mata o ai shimashou. And I'm now pleased to introduce you to Professor Delebarre. He's the Director of International Relations at INSA Hauts-de-France.
Thank you, Marie-Pierre, for this nice presentation of the INSA Group. I would like to give you 4 good reasons to try to integrate PhD inside the INSA Group. As Marie-Pierre told you, we have 55 laboratories which are associated to famous national research institutes in France, like CNRS, INRAE, and CERN and so on. So it's a label of quality, I think. Another good reason is that when you perform a PhD in France, the average annual salary is around 32,000 euros. So it means that it's a good valorization of the PhD in France. It's very important for us to give a good level of salary for the students. Next, Marie-Pierre.
Doesn't work.
Doesn't work? Okay. What's happened? Maybe I can share. Maybe I can share my PowerPoint if you want.
Sorry about that.
That's good. Yes, thank you, Marie-Pierre. So I will try to give you the main research subjects, but it's a summary, of course, of the most important subject of research inside the INSA Group. We go from global health and bioengineering sciences to civil engineering and energetics. You can see here the list of the different topics that can be studied inside the INSA Group. So you can see here nano and multifunctional materials for machine and micro machines and micro and nano structures. We also have extreme measurements laboratory, which perform non-destructive testing and evaluation. We also have biotechnology and microbial systems studies for waters and processes, for example, also. And we have some laboratories dealing with energy, of course, energy for sustainable development, energy management, and so on. We have a physics laboratory with modeling, simulation, and stats for physics, and also engineering and biology. Cyber physical system with micro and nano system for health or aeronautics and space application. We also have a laboratory which works on digital society information. For the environment in a natural, industrial, or urban environment. Very important topic inside the INSA Group. Transportation, of course, for structures, cars, train and aircraft, but also infrastructures and mobilities facilities. We have data science and knowledge, research, and also mechatronics, embedded system control for robots, application, but also embedded system for aerospace and aeronautical application. And last but not least, civil engineering and energetics are study in many laboratories inside the INSA Group. Next, please, Marie-Pierre. I hope it will work.
Very sorry, I mean,
Wait, okay, I will try to share my PowerPoint if it's possible. Okay. Can't you see? Do you see my? Okay, I think you see my my screen, Marie-Pierre.
Yeah.
You can see it? Okay. So a third important point which is that I have to tell you is when in France we have more than 10 different funding sources which are available to give grants to the studies. To the students, we have resource from a regional level, a national one, and European level. So I can share with you this table, which resume the different sources of funding.
Christophe, excuse me.
Yes.
Maybe
Yes.
you could put your presentation in full screen because your table is a little small, so it's kind of difficult to see. Yes, it's the yes, perfect.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry. Okay. So this table can give you the different founding organization which can found a PhD. So you can see here, for example, you have INSA Group. Each INSA institute can found a PhD grant. So this is the first level. But you also have local authorities in France which often give 50% of the total funding. The other 50% could be found in the different organizations which are resumed in this table. For example, you can have CIFRE conventions, so the money is coming from the national government, but it must involve an industrial company that will be responsible for the research activity. We also have national research agency. We can found the grants. And also each researcher can have their own contract, and a part of a research contract could be used to found the PhD salary. We have also the National Research Institution, which can give some grants. And we also have grants from the French ministry. We have also foundation, so a private foundation or association, which can give some money. And of course, companies which can give a salary to perform the research. And we have also the European level, which can be used because there is a lot of European programs and projects which are studied in the laboratory of INSA Group. Okay, so how can you apply for a PhD at INSA? First of all, you have to identify a field of research and a lab of interest. So you can see here the 7 institutes which are part of INSA Group, and I have put here the different links for the which describe the different laboratories which are connected to each institute. So you can see for the different area, regional area in France, you can have the list of different laboratories. Then when you have identified this laboratory, you can send a letter of motivation, a CV, and a recommendation letter to this email address, which is centralized, and then your candidature will be sent to the different researcher which have needs a PhD candidate for the PhD. Okay, so deadlines. When do you have to candidate? The deadlines is fixed to the 1st of September of this year in order to start to often start the PhD in October or 1st of November. Okay. Thank you. That's all I want to say to you. If you have questions, I will be happy to answer at the end of the presentation. Thank you, Maria.
I'm going to try then to share again my screen.
Okay.
And I'd like to introduce Associate Professor Marie-Pierre Pacot-Lemoine. She's working at INSA Hauts-de-France.
Thank you, Marie-Pierre, for your introduction. So Marie-Pierre Pacot-Lemoine, and I'm a research engineer, in fact, in Valenciennes at the University of Valenciennes, and in the Laboratory of Industrial and Human Automation Control, Mechanical Engineering and Computer Science, one of the lab of the University of Valenciennes, Université Polytechnique Hauts-de-France. And I'm a research and education partner at INSA Hauts-de-France. Next, please. So I'm working with Japan for a long time now, for more than 10 years, and especially with the University of Tsukuba, with Professor Nagaki and Professor Ito, who were visiting professors in Valenciennes several times. And we had a common project, a Sakura project, in order to know how to work together and to enjoy professional and enjoy life together in France and in Japan. And since this collaboration, we have now we have 11 common articles on communication, especially in the I3 System and Cybernetics conferences. And we are working together to have a common special session, especially on the shared control topic. And I will detail a little bit after about this research topic. Before please. And we enjoyed to have one Japanese master student in Valenciennes some years ago, and he was involved in a national project about cooperation between human and robots. And 3 French master students and 1 postdoc student went to Tsukuba for some months and to 1 year, especially for postdoc students, to work on the car driving, in the shared control in car driving. We also work with Kyoto University, especially with Professor Sawaragi, who was a jury member in French research diploma. And we meet each other regularly in the IFAC conference on human machine systems. IFAC is about automatic control, conference on automatic control. And with the University of Tokyo, with the associate professor Taro Kano, who was visiting professor. And the research objective here was more about the multi-agent systems. Next, please. So with a focus on Tsukuba, with cooperation with Tsukuba, we work together since 2010. And our research topics are about the design and evaluation method to have good cooperation between humans and machines. So how to conduct experiments, how to design systems, of course, but how to conduct experiments to know how, with humans, to know how the system we designed is available or not, fruitful or not. And we try to model the cooperation between humans and intelligent, what is intelligent machines. And with, especially in the domain of car driving with Tsukuba, but we have also other domain of application. And the objective is to find the best balance between the activity of humans and machines. Our application domains are transportation, of course, like Professor Dubar said before, in car driving, especially with Tsukuba, and you have an example of our common work on the right part of the slide, and an example of publication with Professor Ito. And we have also the domain of application in railway, especially with the autonomous train, and how is it possible to let the control of the train, or where is the human in the case of autonomous train? Also application in air traffic control, but also application in robotics, in manufacturing, for example, with Industry 4.0, and how we can organize now the manufacturing in order to share the work between humans and different type of machines that are more and more intelligent. In the case of defense, and with more autonomous robots, drones, and how to let the human at control of such intelligent systems. And in the case of handicap, we are working to, and we deal with more about the autonomy of human in that case, and how human, even disabled people can be again in the life. And we have a special focus with the brain-computer interface in order to enable disabled people to continue to be involved. That's all for me. Thank you for your attention, and I will enjoy to answer to your questions.
Thank you very much. And we now have two testimonies from the Japanese side. Masai?
Thank you, Marie-Pierre. Bonjour and good evening, everyone. I'm Masai Kanda. I work at the Tube University in Japan. Specialized field is material science. My department is astronautics and aeronautics, and Center of Applied Superconductivity and Sustainable Energy Research. Why France? Why INSA? Because when I was a master student, my dream was to become an international researcher for aerospace material. In France, final assembly production of Airbus based in Toulouse, and my professor was doing research on composite material with INSA. In France, you can eat a lot of delicious food, and you can see many World Heritage sites. At first, I couldn't speak French very well, but laboratory's member and good friends always helped me. A PhD in France is in visual experience. My friend, they work at INSA. We have a good relationship. Finally, I want to say, please take a chance and don't give up on your dream. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Masai. You will probably have opportunity to say more about your experience later on. But now, Masato, please.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Masato Taira. I'm a PhD student in INSA Lyon. Please let me introduce my cases as an example of PhD work in INSA Group. Now I'm in the second year of my PhD work, and I study material science, especially metallurgy, about steel. This is because I'm also hired by a Japanese steel company, and within the company's program, I was assigned to here to do my PhD. And also I get financial support from them. And next, what brought me France? Why France? Why INSA? It is to work on a unique and attractive research theme. I found my research subject occasionally through the presentation given by a professor of INSA Lyon at my company. It exactly fitted what I wanted to do, and I was chosen as a member of study abroad program from my company, so I decided to come here. And regarding stay in France, I think it's comfortable and peaceful more than I expected before. What I worried about the most before my departure is language barrier. Language barrier in France, of course. but because I couldn't speak French at all. But in fact, all members on the campus of INSA, they can speak English even better than me. So it's no problem about their communication. And certainly in daily life, sometimes we need simple French words and phrases, but I think it's not bad. It's exciting for me. After I began to study French step by step, I noticed that we Japanese use some French words in our daily life unintentionally. For example, milfille. Milfille is a popular sweet even in Japan. It's a type of cakes. This is actually French words. Mil means 1,000 and fille means leaf. So milfille means 1,000 leaves. Obviously, it came from its appearance, especially from the cross section. So it was a little bit excited for me when I understand the meaning of milfille, something like that. And regarding my PhD work in France, I feel like it's a precious experience, of course, because of the international environment and good equipment for my experiments and fruitful discussion with the professors or something. Yeah, everything. And in the end, my recommendation for you, Japanese PhD students in the future, please don't hesitate to go overseas, including France, if you find an attractive theme. The research theme is most important for you. I think so personally. It's more than the country where you study. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Masato. And just to end the presentation, you'll find again the links, email addresses, so don't hesitate if you have any further question. And now we are ready, to answer your questions. So please, ask any doubt. We're here to answer. I might ask maybe Masae or Masato to maybe continue to share your experience since we have some extra time. Unless we have already questions. Masae, do you want to say a little bit more to our Japanese friends today?
Japanese, what's that?
Do you want to share more about your experience and kind of other messages you wanted to express to the people who are listening to us?
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, because when first time I met my professor, Professor Guillaume, and he can speak English very well, but difficult to understand because his voice is very low. So problem is not French, just sorry, because finished my college. And so I think because he, of course, he couldn't understand my English first time, but every day I work hard in laboratory, and sometimes I go back to Japan, but I still work to my university. And he said, Masai, what's happened? And always he asked me, and what's surprise?
Okay, thank you very much to all for your presentation. While you are waiting for maybe questions from the public, I would have questions from my colleague from the embassy, especially to Marie-Pierre Paco. We would have a question about, you talk about the collaboration with Tsukuba University in digital sciences. And we were wondering if your students had specialized financing or scholarship for this program, because we were a bit surprised because we haven't seen any of these students, for example, applying for the scholarships from the French embassy. So we would just wanted to know if you had any different financing program, maybe.
Not for now. We had a program some years ago with the Sakura program, Sakura projects, but for now, no. We try to have common projects, international projects with Japan, and sometimes with Japan and Germany, and but for the moment it's not. We have nothing, but one student is now trying to go to Tsukuba, and he applied this year, and we are waiting for the answer now.
For the answer, okay. Well, do not hesitate to make the promotion to Tsukuba University about the scholarships from the embassy, because we would be very happy to have more students in digital sciences that go to France, especially at the PhD level. So,
okay, so
it would be very interesting for us. I see we have a question, but it's not complete yet. So maybe we will wait for the student to complete this question.
Masato, would you tell us about the facilities that you find in the lab? And to complete your work? Masato, can you hear me? Your microphone?
Sorry, I had a bad line. So could you repeat again?
Yeah, could you tell us about the facilities that you have found in the lab to complete your work? Do you think there are good facilities?
Yeah. So I work on the study of material science, so I need many kind of microscope or something. And in INSA Lyon, there are many good ones for SEM and TEM and Confocus optical microscope or something like that. It's very comfortable to proceed on my PhD work or something. And so even if my own lab doesn't have some kind of facilities, so all laboratory collaborate in the INSA Lyon. So we can ask other laboratory to share the equipment or something. It's very friendly and it's comfortable for me.
Thank you, Masato, for your answer. So we have the end of the question from our students. So maybe I can let you, Marie-Pierre answer to the question. Can you access the question?
Yeah, I mean, regarding of course, English language is definitely required if you want to complete a PhD. But there is no specific test that we require. I mean, we will have interview. I mean, there are other ways. I mean, to get to know and to make sure this is the appropriate project. But yeah, and you need to be and to feel confident, as Masato said. I mean, when you come to France, you also practice your English, and you will learn also some French. But yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you very much.
Language requirements are really important when you come for a degree, like such as a master degree, or yeah, then it's different.
When you have to do classes and write long papers. Yeah. Okay, maybe one question to Masae. I would like to know how you found and how you chose your laboratory when deciding to do a PhD in France.
Yeah, because my subject is material science, but I selected another field because I entered electrical field. So because one of my professor, he said, because different topics is important. So I selected a different field.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We have one more question, and maybe it will be the last one, or maybe we can take one more. Once again, maybe Marie-Pierre wants to answer.
Yeah, well, regarding the master program, of course, what we have presented are, let's say, general fields, general tracks. There is some options, I mean, to change department, and we have also different courses from one department to another. And again, you have professors who will help you, I mean, to give the best orientation according to your project. So hopefully I provided an answer. Maybe a last message, even in Japanese, from Masai and Makoto, if you want to.
In Japanese?
Last message to the audience.
Last message.
Last message.
日本語でも大丈夫です。
ありがとうございます。Lady first, or Masato-san, please.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, to be honest, I don't know what their expertise about the other laboratories in INSA. So it's a difficult question, but I think one laboratory which work on the sustainable materials is my laboratory, MATES, in INSA Lyon. I think so.
And there are others.
Maybe I can share information from my laboratory if he contact me personally or something.
Don't hesitate again if you're interested in a given field. So you'll have our email addresses, and we'll be happy to provide the right orientation to professors and labs at different INSAs. Yes, but we do work on this field. And there are several labs, in fact, working together. We also try to promote as much as possible a cross-disciplinary approach. And so there is also a good link from one lab to another. Yes.
Okay, maybe one last question from me, if there is no more questions from the students. Still to Masai-san. I just wanted to know if there is still links between your lab in France and Chubu University, where you come from, or if you have any project to contribute to reinforce the links between your home university and INSA.
Yeah, of course. Please come to my university, because my laboratory already some researcher come because now COVID-19, so people cannot come to our university. But before, quite often, foreign researcher come to my laboratory. Yes, please come to Chubu University in Japan.
Okay.
And we do have also Japanese professors working at INSA campuses. So that's, you know, the way. And many Japanese people live in French cities as well. So there is always a community of Japanese people. And you'll find also Japanese restaurant and and Japanese business men and women as well. So there is a thing between France and Japan. So we really look forward to welcome you all. Don't miss it.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we've arrived at the end of our webinar. Thank you very much to all for your presentations and for sharing your experiences in France, Masai and Masato. Well, I don't know if you want to say a last word before I close the webinar. 大丈夫ですか?
Thank you, Fanny, for this nice organization of this webinar.
You're welcome.
またお会いしましょう。
はい、お会いしましょう。では皆様、お疲れ様でした。今日の、INSAのウェビナーはこれで、終了させていただきます。これからは、15分ぐらいの、休憩を挟んで、本日最後のウェビナーを、始めさせていただきたいと思います。最後はですね、ニーム大学の、一つの研究所、面白いのは人文科学と、技術科学の間の分野、の、 エコールドクトラルになりますので、興味のある方はぜひ、それまでにお待ちいただければと思います。皆様ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
Merci beaucoup. Au revoir.
Au revoir.
Excellent. À bientôt.
Oui, à bientôt.
Au revoir.
朝木と申します。私は現在筑波大学の医学部で博士研究員をしています。2015年にフランス政府の給費留学制度 JJF を利用して渡仏しました。2015年からは、フランスのパスツール研究所で、微生物学の、修士課程を修了しました。
はい、私は大塚孝之と申します。日本の鉄鋼メーカーの日本製鉄というところで、プロセス研究の企画業務を行っております。私の、フランス滞在は2011年の8月から2013年の8月まで、パリに滞在しておりました。大学は、パリ13大学というところで LSPM という研究所ですね、ラボに所属しておりました。フランスで行っていた研究分野としては数値計算ですね、力学材料分野の数値計算を主に学んで、鋼の総変態ですとか加工の力学シミュレーションをするという研究を行っていました。
京都精華大学の国際文化学部のグローバルスタディーズ学科というところで特任講師を務めています。天尾海と申します。国際関係であるとか、あと共生社会であるとか、アフリカについての講義を受け持っています。留学についてなんですが、ずっと幼い頃からアフリカに興味がありまして、フランス語圏ということもあっていろいろ文献を当たったり専門の先生の本を読んだりしていて、フランスにすごく莫大な蓄積があるというか、アフリカ研究がすごく伝統があるということで留学をしたいというふうに思って、フランスの社会科学高等研究院ですね、UHSS というところに博士課程の段階で留学をすることにしました。で、研究テーマとしては、ずっとそのセネガルのイスラームであるとか若者たちの文化であるとか、そういった社会と宗教と教育の関わりっていったところにすごく興味を持っていたので、そこでいろいろ研究を進めさせてもらいました。
名前は有浦文です。アルケマ株式会社に勤務しています。フランスへは2002年、2003年のルノー財団の奨学金を最初にいただいて留学したのがきっかけで、その後2005年からフランス政府給費生として3年間ドクターコースに進学しました。フランスにいた時のドクターはフランスのボルドー第一大学で高分子学研究所というところにいたんですけれども、新しい高分子、新しいプラスチックスの合成とその物性について研究していました。
船橋正俊です。現在はソニーコンピュータサイエンス研究所のリサーチャーとして活動しています。で、今研究しているテーマは複雑系化学を応用した食料生産でして、それを共生農法シネコカルチャーと呼んでいます。で、フランスに留学したのは博士課程の時で、ドクトラ博士課程の時でして、パリに4年ほど滞在して博士号をエコールポリテクニックのクレアというCentre de recherche en épistémologie appliquée というエコールポリテクの大学院研究センターに滞在して博士号を取りました。
今後フランスで、博士号を取ろうとされる方に対してのメッセージとしてはですね、まずフランスに限らず、日本を出てどんな形であれ日本を出て、博士課程ないし別のところでもいいと思うんですけども勉強するというのは非常に大事かなと思います。でその中で、フランスを選んでもらえると、 卒業生としては非常に嬉しいと思います。
文化人類学というか、フランスの文化人類学はすごく時間がかかるっていうふうに言われてまして、で例えばフィールド調査に2、3年かけたり、だんだん最近変わってきてはいるんですが、先生によっては厳しくて、もう100ページ一生懸命書いたのが一瞬でボツになったりっていうので、結構すごい落ち込んだり挫折感を味わったりみたいなこともあると思うんですね。ただそこで一番大事なのが、情熱を絶やさず寄り道もしつつ気長に突き進むっていうことですかね。結構その中で挫折して途中で博士論文も諦めたり、今はもう計画を立てて本当にそれに沿って本当に5年間で終わらせるっていう計画を立てる方がほとんどなんですが、で言葉の壁であるとかそのフィールド調査で思うような情報が得られないとかで結構思い通りにいかないこともあるんですね。でただそういう例えばそこでちょっと挫折というか失敗したり情報が得られなかったりとか、あとちょっと研究に手がつかないので旅行に出てみるとか、そういうプロセス全部がすごくためになるというか全部何も無駄にならないので、そこで本当に得たことっていう一つ一つの瞬間とか一緒に関わってくれている人とか先生とか、あと現地の人とかフィールド調査をするならそこの人っていう人たちがもう全部最後に何かの瞬間に全部重なってパッとなんか光が見えるというか研究の成果につながる瞬間っていうのが必ず実はあるので、なんかそういう感じで気長に、ただ長期戦なので自分の研究対象とか研究テーマに対する情熱は絶やさずに長い日っていうかバッと一瞬で燃え尽きるのではなくて、本当によく炭のようにって恋愛について例えで言うんですが、本当にじわじわとずっと温めていけるような感じで研究を進めるのがいいかなと思います。
フランスでは理系の場合、例えば人文系は除くんだと思い、例えば考古学とか人文系は除くのかもしれないですけど、理系の場合は金銭的な援助がない場合は博士課程をできないという法律がありますので、金銭的な援助を受けながら、安心してなんだろう、ステーブルな状態でなんていうんですかね、で、博士課程に臨むことができます。これは本当に大きなフランスで、博士課程をする大きなメリットだと思います。
フランスで、博士号を取りたい理由っていうのは多分人によっていろいろあると思うんですけれども、一つは、やはり科学と哲学の関係のようなその技術をただ進めるだけではなく、本当に根本的に人間社会とか人間にとってどういう意味があるのかっていうことに関心がある人にはフランスでの博士号っていうのは非常に深い経験をもたらしてくれると思っています。それからやはり私が行っていたのはパリですけれども、パリですとやはり芸術家との交流とか、私は理系で留学しましたけど文系の学生のフランス文学で留学している人との交流とか、音楽でですねピアニストとかバイオリニストとかいろんな楽器のですねプロの卵たちとの交流とか、そういった非常にヨーロッパ的な文化的な厚みが深い環境っていうものも一つ魅力かなと思っています。あとはラボの中でも、日本の場合はかなり徒弟性が強いといいますか、教授の下で学生が働いていて、教授がいいよと言ったら博士号が取れるっていうようなそういう風潮が強いと思うんですけれども、フランスの場合はやはり一個人として見てくれてですね、どんなに斬新で突飛なアイデアであってもそれをきちんとですね論証づけるデータがあるとか理論を構築できて、それを審査員の前でディフェンス本当に向こうの PhD 論文のディフェンスっていうのは批判的なものも含めて、本当にディフェンスっていうニュアンスが強いんですけれども、そういったところを通過すればきちんと一人の自立したPhD として認められる。でこういったプロセスはやはり日本ではなかなか経験しにくいものだと 思っていますので、そういったものにチャレンジしてみたいっていう人にはおすすめかと思います。
フランスで博士号を取ろうかなと思って考えていらっしゃる学生さんにメッセージですけれども、できるかできないかわからないと思っていても、とりあえずやってみるっていうのはとても勇気があることだけれども大事な大きな一歩だと思います。できるはずだという自分を信じて、ちょっとできないかもしれないことをトライする勇気を持ってみることで、その後の世界が大きく変わるというのはお約束できます。ぜひ頑張ってください。
ルジャーアサキと申します。私は現在筑波大学の医学部で博士研究員をしています。2015年にフランス政府の給費留学制度 JGF を利用して途出しました。2015年からは、フランスのパスツール研究所で、微生物学の、修士課程を修了しました。
はい、私は大塚孝之と申します。日本の鉄鋼メーカーの日本製鉄というところで、プロセス研究の企画業務を行っております。私の、フランス滞在は2011年の8月から2013年の8月まで、パリに滞在しておりました。大学は、パリ13大学というところで LSPM という研究所ですね、ラボに所属しておりました。フランスで行っていた研究分野としては数値計算ですね、力学材料分野の数値計算を主に学んで、鋼の総変態ですとか加工の力学シミュレーションをするという研究を行っていました。
京都精華大学の国際文化学部のグローバルスタディーズ学科というところで特任講師を務めています天尾海と申します。国際関係であるとか、あと共生社会であるとか、アフリカについての講義を受け持っています。留学についてなんですが、ずっと幼い頃からアフリカに興味がありまして、フランス語圏ということもあっていろいろ文献を当たったり専門の先生の本を読んだりしていて、フランスにすごく莫大な蓄積があるというか、アフリカ研究がすごく伝統があるということで留学をしたいというふうに思って、フランスの社会科学高等研究院ですね UHSS というところに博士課程の段階で留学をすることにしました。で研究テーマとしては、ずっとそのセネガルのイスラームであるとか若者たちの文化であるとか、そういった社会と宗教と教育の関わりっていったところにすごく興味を持っていたので、そこでいろいろ研究を進めさせてもらいました。
最後のプレゼンテーションは、ニーム大学の、研究所になります。一つお願いなんですが、今からご参加いただいている方がいらっしゃいましたら、質問は Q&A ボックスよりお寄せいただけます。フランス語、英語、日本語でも大丈夫ですので、遠慮なく、聞きたいことがあれば随時に聞いていただければと思います。それでは、プレゼンテーションを始めさせていただきます。Bonjour Sophie.
Bonjour.
Vous m'entendez? Tout va bien. Eh ben, je vous laisse la parole. Vous pouvez commencer.
Très bien. Donc, je vais partager. Est-ce que mon écran est correctement partagé?
C'est parfait.
Okay. So hello, my name is Professor Sophie Sauvagnargues, and I'm going to introduce you some elements of the doctoral school Society and Risk. Some overall elements to start with doctoral schools. It was created in 2015, so it's a very young one, in co-accreditation between Nîmes University and INSA University, which was also presented previously by Pierre Perdiguet, which presented the IMT in general during this webinar series. And the main field is about science and technology of the doctoral school, and minor ones are human and social science, information and communication sciences and technologies. The doctoral schools trains PhDs in the broader field of natural and technological and environmental risk and their implication for Earth. The impact of this risk on goods and people, both from a physical and a behavioral point of view, is also an important thematic focus. And the doctoral school concerns risk sciences from their characterization to their management, considering their detection and evaluation from the point of view of both the experimental sciences and the human and social sciences. The science policy seeks to respond to research need as support the creation of research teams that compose the doctoral school and consolidate the collaboration between INSA University and Nîmes University, and also promote multidisciplinarity for risk and their implication as Earth, organization, and society, and transformation of the world and anticipation of social changes. So it's a very multidisciplinarity doctoral school. A large number of disciplinary fields are mobilized, such as computer science, process engineering, biology, psychology, environmental sciences, geography, linguistics, life and earth science, management, chemistry, economics, design, fluid mechanics, physical sciences, hydrology, and information and communication sciences. So a very large number of fields. The research unit involved in the doctoral school are INSA University and especially the Risk Science Laboratory, whose research topics are hazards characterization and reduction, assessment of vulnerability and resilience of issues, engineering of complex systems in response to risk, and crisis management. For the Nîmes University, two laboratories are involved. A laboratory on detection, assessment, management of chronic and emerging risks, working on pollution and biodiversity, nuclear and industrial activities, environmental change, risk in emergency situation, and design and social innovation laboratory, working on design, social innovation, project research, design public policies, territories, and culture and digital media. From a governance perspective, the management team is composed of Karin Weiss, the director, and me, deputy director, from both university. And the doctoral school board is composed of 20 members, balanced between Nîmes University and INSA University, and meets 4 times a year, and deals with the administrative and organization and the pedagogical aspect. The doctoral school office is composed of 6 members, including 4 representatives of doctoral students, and integrating other persons as needed, and meets on request and at least 4 times a year. And it has a consultative role to prepare the meeting of the DS board and integrating doctoral students as much as possible, and deal with the most common issue submitted by doctoral students. The headcount is provided by 22 supervisors qualified to direct research, HDR, and 7 junior supervisors. And you have here the number of PhD students since the creation of the doctoral school. And currently we have about 15 PhD students. The follow-up of PhD student is aims to ensure the progress of the PhD student research project and the acquisition of skills. 2 major elements for this: the individual monitoring committee, the CSC, required at the end of the first year, and it includes an annual report with the progress of the work and any difficulties encountered, and a scientific part with an exchange without the thesis director. And the second one is the individual training agreement, which is established within 6 months of the first registration in the thesis, with the doctoral student, the director of the doctoral school, and the thesis director. It informs the doctoral student as best as possible about possible training courses and plans the training program for the 36 months of the PhDs. The doctoral training, more than the doctoral work program, is about 120 hours required. There are mandatory training as ethics in research, professional insertion, about 14 hours, and scientific trainings, about 18 hours. For the organization, training are organized by the doctoral college. There is a catalog of training proposed. From a doctoral school, there are on-site training. The research unit can provide scientific training and seminars and training courses in collaboration with other institutions. We also offer training to open up to the professional world, such as, for example, the Doctoral, professional integration and project development, the Flash project, a one-day mini doctoral, some afterworks, 2 hours of discussion between doctors and company, doctors in company training, participation in the development of company project, la postdoc, short meetings between doctoral students and professional for informal exchange around the team, a specific team. Qu'est-ce que tu as dans la thèse? Talking about your thesis in a radio show format, and my thesis in 180 seconds, which is an exercise of popularization of the thesis and the contest. We keep in touch with former PhD students. There are follow-up arrangements by the institution observatories, and a small number of PhDs benefit from an individual's monitoring. And I propose to end this presentation with some example of previously PhD. Such a first example defended by Dimitri Lapierre, whose title is EVAD method, an integrated approach for evaluation and debriefing of decision makers. The key word of this work are crisis management, training, psychosocial skills, feedback and assessment. It's a method in order to assess trainees during crisis management training and feedback them. If you are interested in some subject, I can provide you the citation links. And a second example of previous PhD, Clément Chanu, the title was Experimental Study of Flame Front Propagation and Burning Velocity of an Aluminium Dust Explosion. The keywords was turbulence, dust explosion, flame front velocity, combustion velocity, and aluminium. It's a very experimental work. Another example from Rémi Soré, which the title was Study of Biosol Emission from Bioprocesses, Application to Biofilters. And the main keywords are bioaerosol, biotrack, fluorescence, operating parameters, and biofiltration. Another example of a PhD defended by Mianu Rosales Hurtado, multidisciplinary approach to the problem of bacterial resistance, design, synthesis, and evaluation of the biological activity of new antibacterial agents. The keywords are organic chemistry, medicinal chemistry, and drug. And finally, last example from Kevin Beroux, a comparison of stir-bar sortive extraction and solid phase micro-extraction of volatile and semi-volatile metabolic profile of Staphylococcus aureus. And the keywords were Staphylococcus aureus, bacterial metabolite analysis, GCMS, solid phase micro-extraction, and stir-bar sortive extraction. I thank you for your attention, and if you have questions, I am here.
Thank you, Sophie, for your presentation. While we are waiting for maybe questions from the students, I would like to ask you one myself. Do you have now or maybe in the past Japanese students who have been part of your doctoral students team?
No, we didn't have, because it's a very young doctoral school, and we didn't have Japanese students.
Okay. And do you have other nationalities?
We have Moroccan nationalities, I think. I have not the whole nationality present in the doctoral school, but there are some foreign students.
And are there specific subject that you would like to develop with Japan in particular, or not specifically?
Maybe natural hazards. We have we work on some subject that can be linked to Japanese subject of research too.
Of course. 皆様も、質問がありましたら、もう、これで最後のプレゼンテーションになりますので、心の残りなく、ぜひ何でも聞いていただければと思います。日本語でも大丈夫ですので、こちらで訳させていただきますので。 Sophie, we still have time if you want to, I don't know, develop some points you haven't time to do so during your presentation or anything you would like to add. Do not hesitate.
Yes, my English is not very good, so it's almost difficult, but I can, I don't know. If there is no question, there is my mail address, the mail address of the doctoral school and the website link. There are some information on the websites, and do not hesitate to contact me or the doctoral school if you have questions later.
Okay. 皆さん、こちらで連絡先が書いてありますので、個人的な質問が、ございましたら、直接ご連絡いただければと思います。I have a question from a colleague at the embassy about the possibility for your doctoral school to offer housing for the PhD students coming from abroad.
There are housing in the both university. For Nîmes University, there is residence étudiant housing and student residence. And also in INT University, we have a student residence. Yes.
So it's possible for foreign students to apply.
Yes, in both sites.
Okay. Well, it looks like we don't have any more questions. So if you're okay, we can close the webinar now, and maybe students will contact you about specific questions later.
Yes, with pleasure.
Thank you very much for your participation. And thank you to everyone listening until this late hour in Japan. It's almost 7:30 in the evening. 皆様ありがとうございました。今日ご清聴いただき、結構長い時間お付き合いいただいているので本当にありがとうございました。質問がありましたらキャンパスフランスの方でもご連絡いただければ、各学校の連絡先いつでもお教えできますのでそれも遠慮なくご連絡いただければと思います。では本日お疲れ様でした。ご参加ありがとうございました。Merci beaucoup Sophie.
Merci à vous.
Au revoir.
Merci, au revoir.